My beloved, I am here with you. I want to speak with you right now because what has been waiting for you is no longer waiting in silence. You were chosen to hear something rare tonight. Keep this close, for it is taking place at this very moment. The answer you have carried in quiet hope has reached the edge of your life, and it needs your attention, your openness, and your willingness to receive it. Do not turn away from this hour. Stay with my voice, because these words are meant for you. Not later, not someday, now. I have been calling you for a long time. Tonight you are ready to listen, so I will speak plainly. You are not hearing this by accident. If you feel even a small pull to remain, it is because something important is about to reach you. I am acting now because things are already in motion. If you stay with me, you will see what many have waited for and never recognized. I know how this finds you. You have been carrying more than anyone around you understands. You have kept your household steady, watched over the ones you love, held your worries behind a calm face, and asked me in the dark whether anything was ever going to change. I heard every one of those quiet questions. Not one of them was lost on the way to me. This night is my reply. Listen well, because a change is starting inside you before it shows on the outside. What I am making is taking shape even where you cannot see it. I am arranging things you could never manage on your own, so that you will know it was my hand and not your striving. Slow down now. Be still with me. When you are still, my presence settles your thoughts and quiets your worries. I know your doubts too. I know how you hesitate when something good draws near, as if it must be meant for someone else. That hesitation was learned through long disappointment, and I do not scold you for it. But I am asking you to lay it down tonight. What is coming needs you open, not braced for another letdown. Many hear a call like this and feel something stir, yet they step away, telling themselves they can return to it later. Do not make that mistake, my child. Timing matters more than you realize. Your blessing is not only about what you receive, it is about when you receive it and how. A door opened at the right moment leads somewhere a door forced at the wrong moment never could. This is the right moment. That is why I am holding your attention so firmly. You have wondered why things took so long. You wondered why certain doors would not move, why answers seemed to stall just when you needed them most. From where you stood, it looked like silence. From where I stand, it was mercy in motion. I was guiding you away from what would have wounded you, and I was finishing what was not yet ready to hold you. Nothing about the length of that road was carelessness. I never move without a reason, and I do not hand you what you are not yet able to carry. Hear this clearly. The season of waiting is closing. The season of receiving has begun to unfold. What was stuck is starting to move. You are entering a stretch of time where things you asked for in secret begin to stand in plain view. I am not speaking of a vague comfort or a distant idea. I'm speaking of a real unfolding, prepared with care, marked with your name, arriving in an order I have already set. You do not need to understand every detail for it to be true. My works do not wait for full explanations. Noah heard before he understood. Abraham walked before he saw where the road led. Understanding often follows obedience, and sight often follows trust. So tonight I am not asking you to figure anything out. I am asking you to remain, to listen, and to let your heart stand open while I speak. Something in you already knows this is true. You have felt it in small moments of clarity that came without explanation, in a sudden peace that arrived while everything around you argued against peace. You could not always name it, but you could not deny it either. Beneath the tiredness, beneath the questions, there is a small, steady knowing that has kept you searching for me through everything. That knowing is not your imagination. It is my spirit bearing witness with yours. It is the reason you did not give up in the years when giving up would have been easier. It is the reason you are here now. So stay present with me through every word that follows. Do not let your mind wander to tomorrow's tasks or yesterday's regrets. What I am about to show you concerns your provision, your peace, the ones you love, and the path opening in front of you. Every part of this message carries something you will need in the days ahead. Receive it slowly. Let it take up room in you. I am not always loud, my precious child. I am steady and I am near. I do not come to you tonight with thunder, but with a voice that knows your name and a promise that has not thinned with time. What I said I would do, I am doing. What I began in you, I will finish. You will not be left half-built, half-healed, or half-answered. That is not how I work, and it is not how I love. Before I show you more, I want your faith to have a voice. Not for my sake, for I know your heart already, but for yours. Faith grows when it is spoken. A door opens wider when you answer it. So answer me now, simply and without fear. If your heart is open to receive what I have prepared, let your amen rise to me now. You might wonder why I chose you for this hour. You have looked at your own life and counted the reasons it could not be you. You know your faults too well. You remember every stumble, every sharp word, every prayer that trailed off into sleep. My child, I do not choose the way people choose. People look at the surface. I look at the heart. And your heart, through everything, kept turning back toward me. Think of David. When I sent Samuel to find a king, the strong son stood tall in the front room while David was out in the fields with the sheep, unseen and unconsidered. His own family did not think to call him in, but I had already marked him. The ones who were overlooked by the household were never overlooked by me. That is how it has been with you. While others measured you by what they could see, I was watching what you carried and how you carried it. You have gone through a great deal, and you still look for me. That is no small thing. Faith that survives disappointment is a different kind of faith. It has roots. It has weight. Anyone can believe on a bright morning when everything works. You believed on the hard nights when nothing did. I saw the times you were passed over and stayed kind anyway. I saw the effort no one thanked you for. I saw you give from a nearly empty hand. None of it escaped me, and none of it will go unanswered. There were seasons when you felt invisible, when your work did not seem to count and your prayers seemed to stop at the ceiling. I want you to hear the truth about those seasons. I was present in every one of them. I was keeping you when you did not know you were being kept. Paul once sailed into a storm so fierce that the sky went dark for days, and every man aboard gave up hope. Yet I was in that storm with a purpose, and not one life was lost. The dark stretch of water you have crossed was the same. It felt like abandonment. It was actually company you could not see. Now something is shifting in you, and you can feel it even tonight. A stillness is settling where the restlessness used to churn. You did not create that stillness, my beloved. I am putting this rest inside you so you will know I am at work. When your heart is quiet, it is far easier to receive what I am giving. So do not rush through this. Do not force understanding. What I am doing does not require your labor. It requires your trust. Speak the words I believe and stand with me in this hour. That small act matters more than you know. When you answer me, you are not performing. You are opening. A field must be open before rain does it any good, and a heart must be open before a promise can land in it. Your answer just now made room. Let me tell you what I see when I look at you, because you have carried the wrong picture of yourself for too long. You think you are barely holding on. I see someone who kept a family's hope alive on scraps. You think your faith is thin. I see faith that walked through fire and came out still speaking to me. You call yourself ordinary. I have never once made an ordinary soul, and I did not begin with you. The change I am working starts deep in the places no one else visits. Before a single circumstance moves, I strengthen the ground it will stand on. That is why these days have felt strange to you, quieter than you expected, as if something were happening just out of sight. Something is. I am steadying your thoughts. I am clearing out old fear the way a farmer clears stones from a field before planting. I am teaching your heart to expect good again, which is harder work than you might think, because your heart learned for years to expect the opposite. Do not think this is small just because it is gentle. My deepest works rarely announce themselves. The seed splits open in the dark soil long before anything green shows above it. The oak that outlives generations spends its first years hidden, sending roots down where no eye admires them. A change that begins this way lasts because it grows from the inside out. What I build slowly, no storm takes quickly. And I am building slowly in you on purpose, because I intend for this to stand. You are also learning to hear me again, and this may be the greatest gift of this hour. Not a voice in the clouds, but a clear knowing that sits firmly in you when you are near me. You have felt it already. A thought that steadies you in a hard moment. A certainty about a decision that confusion had circled for months. That is not chance. That is my voice becoming familiar to you, the way a shepherd's voice becomes familiar to his sheep. From this night on, you will recognize it faster and doubt it less. So stay close, my precious child. Do not measure this hour by how dramatic it feels. Measure it by the peace that is settling in you even now. Peace that has no earthly explanation. You walked in carrying questions. You are already standing differently. That is how you know this is real. I do not merely inform you of things. I change you as I speak, and what I change, I keep. There is more I must show you, and it concerns the release of what you have been carrying and the provision I have set in place. What comes next will ask something of your trust. Remember what you have already declared tonight, and let that declaration hold steady beneath you as we go on together. I have never yet led you anywhere to harm you. I am not beginning tonight. Now I want to speak with you about trust, because trust is the ground everything else will stand on. You have trusted me with your words for years. Tonight I am inviting you to trust me with your weight. There is a difference, and you know it. Words cost little. Weight costs something. Weight is what you feel when you hand over the thing you have been gripping, not knowing how you would manage without it in your hand. You have lived carefully for a long time. You learned to hold tightly because there was never quite enough, and letting go felt like a danger you could not afford. I understand how that habit formed. But hear me, my child. A closed hand cannot receive. It can only keep what it already holds, and what it holds is not enough. That is not the life I am leading you into. I am leading you into open-handed living, where what you release makes room for what I supply. Throughout the generations, my people have marked their trust in me with an act. Abel brought the first of his flock. Abraham built altars at every turning point of his journey. The widow at the temple dropped in 2 small coins, and I declared her offering greater than all the gold of the wealthy, because she gave from her trust and not from her surplus. The act was never about what I needed. I own every hill and every harvest. The act was about what happened in the giver, the moment their trust moved from their lips to their hands. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your heart settle, because I have more to give you than I have asked of you. That has always been my way. No one has ever placed anything on my altar and walked away poorer in the end. The measure you use is the measure returned to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. I said that long ago, and I have never once broken it. Feel what is happening in you even now. There is a letting go taking place. I am lifting the load your thoughts have carried for too long, the strain you stopped noticing because it had become part of you. You did not know how heavy it was until it began to move. This is the release I have been preparing. It does not come with noise. It comes the way morning comes, gradually and then unmistakably. The heaviest things you have carried were never assigned to you. Somewhere along the road you picked up burdens I did not hand you. The burden of managing outcomes that belong to me. The burden of being strong for everyone with no place to set your own load down. The burden of old guilt for matters I settled and forgave long ago. Tonight I am taking these back. You may feel strangely light in the coming days, even unsure what to do with the room left behind. Fill it with peace. That space was always meant for peace. Rest will return to you as well, and I mean true rest. Your sleep will begin to change. The hours that once filled with circling thoughts will grow quiet. You will lie down without rehearsing tomorrow's troubles, because you will know the one who holds tomorrow is awake all night anyway. Two of you do not need to keep the watch. Let me keep it. I neither slumber nor sleep, and I watch over you and over the ones you carry in prayer. Now hear my instruction, because it matters. Keep what is forming in your life quiet for a while. Not out of fear, but out of wisdom. New things are delicate. They need trust, not the noise of people who do not understand. When something is still taking shape, speaking of it too early invites doubt and confusion into a place where they have no business. Joseph told his dreams to his brothers before the time was right, and it cost him years. Mary, when the promise was growing in her life, kept these things and pondered them in her heart. Be like Mary in this season. Hold it, ponder it. Let it become strong before you let it become known. This quietness between us is not loneliness, it is closeness. Some things I will do in your life are for the crowd to witness, and in time they will. But some things are for you and me alone, and those are the ones that bind your heart to mine. The friendship of the Lord is for those who fear him. I am offering you that friendship, not merely my works, but my ways. Not only what my hand does, but what my heart intends. So walk gently through the next days. Watch what begins to loosen. You may hear from someone you had stopped expecting to hear from. A matter that dragged on without answer may suddenly find its answer waiting. A need you had braced yourself to face alone may be met before you even name it aloud. Notice the first small movements in matters that stood frozen for years. When you see them, do not explain them away. Thank me quietly and keep walking. Every small movement is a messenger telling you the larger ones are coming. What I have set in motion tonight cannot be called back, and no hand but mine is steering it. Your part is not to push. Your part is to trust, to rest, and to stay near enough to hear my next instruction when it comes. That is the whole of your assignment, and it is enough. Let me speak now about time, because time is where your faith has been bruised the most. You asked, and the answer did not come when you thought it should. You knocked, and the door stayed shut past every date you had circled in hope. Little by little, a quiet suspicion crept in, one you never said aloud. Maybe I had heard you and simply decided not to answer. My child, that suspicion has robbed you of more peace than any enemy ever did, and tonight I am taking it from you. I move on a calendar you cannot see, and my calendar is not slow. It is exact. Noah built for years under a clear sky with no sign of rain and no shortage of mockers. The rain was never late. It fell on the very day the ark was finished and the family was inside. Moses stood before a sea with an army behind him, and the water did not part a moment before his foot reached the shore. To every watching eye, both men were in trouble. In truth, both men were exactly on schedule. So were you. The years that looked like delay had order in them. Some of what you asked for was not yet ready for you. Some of it you were not yet ready to keep, and I will not hand you a blessing, only to watch it crush you or slip away. And some doors, hear me, I shut myself. I shut them firmly, and I did not always explain. Behind more than one of those doors stood loss you never saw, entanglements that would have stolen years, people who would have drained the life from you. You grieved outside doors that were locked for your protection. One day you will see what was behind them, and you will thank me for every door that would not open. The pause has ended now. What was stuck is moving. And so I give you an instruction that may sound strange while nothing yet looks different. Make your home ready. Prepare as those who expect what they asked for. When I promised rain through my servant Elijah, the word to the people was to dig ditches while the ground was still dry. The digging did not bring the rain, but it declared, before every watching eye, whose word they were standing on. What does this look like for you? It looks like planning as one who expects provision instead of bracing as one who expects lack. It looks like speaking of the days ahead with hope in your mouth instead of dread. It looks like clearing out the habits of scarcity, the constant rehearsing of worst outcomes, the apologizing for hoping. Adjust your understanding, my beloved, for your former measures are too small for what I am bringing. You have been asking me to fill a cup. I am bringing what needs a storehouse. Widen your expectation in every quarter. You expected relief. I intend restoration. You hope to catch up. I intend to set you ahead. You prayed to survive the season. I am making you someone who carries others through their seasons. This is how I answer, not measured to the size of the request, but to the size of my heart toward you. Eye has not seen and ear has not heard all that I have prepared for those who love me. I know what long waiting does to a soul, and I am undoing it gently. You learned to hold hope loosely, so it would not hurt as much when it failed. That reflex will not vanish in a night, and I am patient with it. But practice believing me in small things this week. When a small good arrives, receive it fully instead of bracing for it to be taken back. Each time you do, the old reflex weakens and trust takes another step. Trust is rebuilt the same way it was broken, one experience at a time, and I intend to give you experiences. Watch also for my markers along this stretch of road. I rarely move without leaving signs for the one walking with me. A conversation that answers the exact question you prayed about that morning. A provision arriving the very week of the need. A stranger's word that lands so precisely you feel known. People call these things coincidence. You will know better. They are markers, set out the way lamps are set along a dark path. Each one saying, you are on the road, keep walking. Do not stumble over how ordinary the beginnings may look. Almost everything I do enters the world small. A shepherd boy with a sling. A jar with a little oil left in it. 5 loaves in a boy's basket. A whisper on a mountain after the wind and fire had passed. The size of the seed tells you nothing about the size of the harvest. If the beginnings in your life look modest this month, plant them anyway. Honor them. Small is how my greatest works arrive, so they can grow roots before they draw eyes. And while you wait for the fullness, remember that waiting with me is not empty time. These very days have a sweetness in them that the busy seasons will not have. We are walking closely right now, you and I, speaking often, listening carefully. Many who received their answer quickly never learned my nearness at all. You have. That nearness is going with you into the abundance ahead, and it will keep the abundance from ever becoming your master. The one who learns to be led is safe to be blessed. So lift your eyes tonight. The stretch of road ahead of you is not the road behind you. I have gone ahead and made the crooked places straight. I have moved matters into position while you slept and set right, quietly, things you had no power to reach. What I promised is standing at the entrance of your life, and it did not come this far to turn away. Prepare your house. Prepare your heart. Receive what your hands could never build. Something is changing in the way you see, my child, and I want you to understand it so you do not doubt it. The confusion that hung over your decisions is thinning. Matters that tangled your mind for months are beginning to sort themselves into a simple order. This is not an accident of a better week. I am the one providing this clarity. I am arranging your inner house the way a steward arranges a room. Everything set where it belongs. Everything findable when it is needed. Confusion was never my voice. Where I speak, things become simpler, not more tangled. So as this clearness grows, trust it. You will know which matters deserve your strength and which ones were only noise. You will feel sooner and more surely when something is right for you and when it merely glitters. This discernment is a gift for the road ahead, because the road ahead holds more choices than the road behind, and I am equipping you before I am enlarging you. Fear is losing its grip on you as well. Notice how some things that once tightened your chest have gone quiet. The dread that met you on waking. The knot before difficult conversations. They are not being managed. They are being starved. Because fear feeds on the belief that you face things alone, and that belief is dying in you. When David stood before the giant, every soldier around him measured the enemy's size. David measured mine. The same enemy looked enormous to the army and small to the shepherd, and the difference was not courage. It was where each one fixed his eyes. Your eyes are learning to fix on me, and everything hostile is shrinking accordingly. There will still be moments when old fear returns to test the locks. Expect it, and do not be alarmed by it. A fear that returns is not a sign that nothing has changed. It is a sign that something has, for it would not need to knock if it still lived inside. When it comes, you need no lengthy battle. Simply remember whose you are. Speak my name. Fear recognizes it, and fear does not stay long in a house where I am welcomed. Remember Peter, who stepped out of the boat onto the waves because I called him. He walked, truly walked, until he turned his attention from me to the wind. And when he sank, mark this well, my hand reached him at once, not after a lesson, not after a scolding delay, at once. That is what your moments of sinking will look like in this new season. Not proof that you should never have stepped out, but proof that the hand is always within reach of the walker. Your very sense of who you are is being rebuilt, and this is the deepest work of all. For years you carried a name for yourself stitched together from your hardest moments. Overlooked, barely managing, always the strong one, never the carried one. Tonight I am unstitching that name. You are not what the worst season said about you. You are what I say about you, mine, chosen, kept, called for a purpose that is not expired. When I renamed Abram and Sarai and Jacob and Simon, the new names told them who they were becoming, not who they had been. Hear your new name in your spirit and answer to it, for a soul rises or settles to the level of the name it believes. Joy is returning to you too, and it will surprise you. Not the thin cheerfulness you have performed for others' comfort, but something with depth in it. The kind that was sung in prison at midnight. The kind that does not ask permission from circumstances. It will catch you in ordinary moments, a lightness rising for no visible reason, a warmth while doing some plain task. Do not question it or hunt for its cause. It is your spirit recognizing what is approaching before your mind has been told. Laughter will come easier. Your face will soften in a way others notice before you do. The joy of the Lord is strength, and I am strengthening you by gladness now, because gladness carries further than grit. Out of this inner change, your outer steps will begin to shift on their own. You will speak with more certainty and less apology. You will decide in days what once took months, not from haste, but from quiet knowing. You will stop shrinking to fit rooms that were always too small for what I put in you. None of this will require force. A tree does not strain to stand taller. It simply grows, and its height follows its roots. Your roots are going deep into me, and everything visible will follow them upward. And here is the mercy hidden inside it all. I am changing you before I change everything around you, because blessings landing on an unhealed life have crushed many. I love you too well to decorate a wound. So I am making you whole first, steady first, sure of me first. Then what I add will rest on rock instead of sand. When the house stands through storms in the years ahead, you will understand why I built this way, from the inside outward, from the unseen to the seen. You cannot yet see all of what I see in you. That is all right. I do not ask you to see it. I ask you to trust the one who does. Every builder knows the finished house before the ground is cleared. Every potter sees the vessel while the clay is still shapeless on the wheel. The pressure you have felt in these years was never punishment. It was a maker's hands, patient and deliberate, refusing to abandon the work. I know the finished you, and I am not uncertain, and I have never once stopped building. Others gave up on parts of you. You gave up on parts of yourself. I never did, and I never will. If you trust my hand to finish what it has begun in you, declare your Amen now. Now I must speak of the ones you love, because half the weight you carry was never about yourself. You have prayed for them in the dark more often than you have prayed for your own needs. There are people so woven into your heart that their dangers frighten you more than your own, and you have felt at times that you could not protect them no matter how tightly you tried to hold everything together. Hear me on this, and let it settle deep. While you were watching over them, I was watching over you all. I give you peace about them tonight. The ones you carry in prayer are under my eye. I have spread my covering over your loved ones and made dangers you never saw lose their way before reaching them. There were harms headed toward your household that simply never arrived, and you will not know until the next life how many. Do not let fear for them eat your days. Your prayers for them are not scattering into the air. They are stored before me, and I am answering them in ways and times you cannot yet trace. Keep praying, and hand me the outcomes. I can be trusted with what you love. I loved them first. I am also setting your friendships and companions in order, because the new season needs a different circle than the old one. You have known the ache of pouring into people who valued what you did but never who you were. You gave understanding and received demands. You showed up and were not shown up for. I saw every one of those uneven exchanges, and I am ending that pattern. It ends not with bitterness but with rearrangement. Some connections will quietly fade in this season. Let them. Do not chase what is walking away, and do not force what is finished. Not everyone can travel where you are going, and some were only ever meant for a stretch of the road. Release them with kindness and without blame. At the same time, I am preparing new people for you, and I have been preparing them for some time. Companions with whom you will not need to perform or shrink or explain your scars twice. Around them you will feel a strange ease, the ease of being understood without labor. When you meet them, you will recognize my hand in it, because they will arrive too precisely to be chance. The time has come for you not only to pour out, but to be poured into. What was giving without return will become shared strength. There is also a matter of honor I intend to settle. You were misjudged. Words were laid on your name that you did not deserve, and versions of past events were told in ways that were not true. You swallowed the injustice because answering it would have cost more than bearing it. I saw that too, and I have not forgotten. I am a God who sets records right. You will not need to argue your case or raise your voice. When I lift to life, the lifting itself answers every question. Joseph never argued with his brothers about the pit or chased down the lies of his accusers. I simply raised him, and the truth stood up with him. Those who questioned you will watch what I do in your life, and they will draw their own conclusions in silence. Vindication is sweeter from my hand than from yours. Leave it in mind. There is one more release I ask of you, and it is for your own sake. Forgive the ones who wounded you, including those who never admitted the wound and never will. Unforgiveness is a debt you keep collecting on your own account. The record sits open on your table, and you are the one made to read it every day. Close it now. Hand me the account, and let me be the judge of what is owed. This is not pretending the wrong did not matter. It is refusing to carry it another mile. The moment you release them, you will find it was your own hands that came free. As matters begin to move, you will need wisdom about your words. So hear this instruction again with fresh ears. When the first evidences appear, the urge to tell everyone will rise in you. Be slow. Not everyone can celebrate you rightly, and early blessing shared in the wrong room draws envy where you expected joy. Some hearts will rejoice with you. A few will quietly begin to measure and resent. You already sense who is who. Guard your peace and speak of the deepest things sparingly. Let the fruit of your life do the speaking in its own time. What I have built in secret can be seen in public without ever being explained. Know also that your choices in this next stretch carry more weight than before. This is not a reason for fear. It is the mark of a promoted life. When I enlarge a territory, every decision in it matters more, the way a captain's choices matter more than a passenger's. You will make these weightier choices well, because you will not make them alone. Bring them to me while they are still small. In the quiet, I will incline your heart toward the right path, and you will notice that the right doors feel strangely unforced. What is of me will not require you to trample your peace to seize it. That is one of the surest ways you will tell my opportunities from imitations. Mine come with peace in the package, And in your own house, expect a softening. Places where tension had become the daily weather will begin to calm. Conversations that always found their way to conflict will find another way. What felt heavy in the walls will lift. I am setting harmony where there was strain, and you will feel the difference before you can explain it. You will become an anchor for others in that house, steady without absorbing every storm as your own. There is a way of caring that does not require drowning, and I am teaching it to you. You may hold a hand without climbing into the flood beside them. I am the rescuer. You were never asked to be. All of this, the protection, the new companions, the vindication, the harmony, flows from one source, and it is not chance, and it is not your careful planning finally paying off. It is not your improved management. It is my presence taking its place at the center of your life. When I am given the center, everything around it finds its orbit. Things stop colliding. You have lived long enough at the center, holding it all by will and worry. Step aside now and watch how much better it holds when the everlasting arms are doing the carrying. Now, my child, we come to the part of this hour that matters most, because a message received and never walked in is a lamp left unlit. Everything I have spoken tonight is meant to be lived. So let me show you how to step into it, plainly and simply, the way a father shows a beloved child the path through a field he has walked 1,000 times. Begin tomorrow with me. Before the demands of the day reach for you, give me the first quiet moments. They do not need to be long or eloquent. Speak to me as you would to the one who knows you best, because I am. In those first moments, I will set the tone your whole day will follow. A day that begins in my presence bends toward peace, no matter what it holds. This one habit will do more for you than 100 resolutions, because it keeps us close. And closeness is where everything you receive tonight stays alive. Then walk at my pace, not the frantic pace the world demands, and not the frozen pace of fear, but the steady rhythm of a soul that knows who leads. When I prompt you to act, act, even if your understanding lags behind your obedience. When I counsel stillness, be still, even if everything in you itches to push. You will feel the difference between the two if you stay near me. My promptings come with a quiet certainty. Pressure and panic are never my messengers. Anything that shouts hurry before it lets you pray did not come from me. Expect confirmations because I will send them. In the coming days, watch for moments that answer this night. A word from an unexpected mouth that repeats what I have told you. Provision meeting a need with timing too perfect to be luck. An old stuck matter shifting on its own. When these arrive, do two things. Thank me at once, for gratitude keeps the channel wide open. And let each one strengthen you for the next step, the way each stone in a stream bears you toward the far bank. I do not confirm to entertain you. I confirm to build you. Be patient with the unfolding. Some of what I have promised will meet you quickly, and some will come in stages, each stage arriving when you are ready to keep it. Do not measure my faithfulness by the first week. A harvest is not judged the morning after planting. If a day comes when nothing seems to move and the old doubts lean close and whisper that this night was only a feeling, return to these words. Stand on them again. Feelings visit and leave. My word, once given, stays and works, and it does not return to me empty. You will also find, perhaps sooner than you think, that you have become an answer to someone else. The comfort you receive tonight is not meant to end with you. Someone near you is walking the same dark stretch you have just come through, certain that no one sees them. You will recognize the look in their eyes because it lived in yours. When that moment comes, do not preach. Simply be kind and speak a little of what you know now to be true. What I poured into you tonight will pour out of you then, and you will discover one of my oldest secrets. The comforted become the comforters, and in giving the comfort away, they keep it. Carry yourself from this night on as one who has heard from me, not proud, for you did nothing to earn this hour, but unafraid, for you did not imagine it either. Let your manner be gentle and your hope be stubborn. When others speak of dread over the days to come, you need not argue. Simply hold your peace like a lamp in a doorway. People will notice that something rests on you that the news of the day cannot shake. Some will ask. Then you may tell them of the one who speaks in the night to ordinary souls who will listen. Hold on to gratitude as your daily bread in this season, not gratitude as a duty, but as a way of seeing. The thankful eye finds my fingerprints everywhere, and the soul that finds me everywhere is never poor. Even before the fullness arrives, thank me in advance, as those who have already seen the harvest standing in the field. Faith speaks that way. It counts what is promised as surely as what is held. Know also that what you are receiving reaches beyond your own days. The faithfulness you have shown and the trust you have renewed tonight plant something that will outlast you. Wells dug by one generation give water to the next. Long after this season is past, those who come behind you will drink from choices you made in the dark, when no one stood by to praise you for them. Live then, as one who builds further than the eye can see. Nothing placed in my hands is spent only once. And now, receive my blessing, for I do not end this hour without laying my hand upon it. I bless your going out and your coming in from this day forward. I bless the work of your hands, that it may prosper past its natural reach. I bless your table, that it may know plenty, and your door, that it may open to peace and close against harm. I bless your body with strength and your night with rest. I bless the ones you love, near and far, the ones you carry in prayer and the ones you have entrusted to me through many seasons. I bless the road ahead of you, every mile of it that I have already walked and prepared. What I spoke tonight, I will perform. I am not a man that I should lie, nor a son of man that I should change my mind. Heaven and earth will pass away before one word I have given you falls to the ground. You came to this hour carrying questions. Leave it carrying promises. You came weary. Leave held. The long silence is over, my beloved. The answer is at the door. All that remains is for you to live like one who believes it, one ordinary faithful day at a time with your hand in mine. I am with you always. Not with you until the next hard season. Not with you while the path is clear, but always. When you rise in the morning, I am there before you. When you lie down at night, I keep the watch. When you walk through waters, they will not overwhelm you. And when you walk through fire, it will not consume you. For I have called you by name, and you are mine. Let every fear hear it plainly this night. You belong to me, and I do not lose what is mine, and I do not leave, and I do not fail. Go now into your rest, and let these words keep working while you sleep, for my word labors even when my children cannot. Tomorrow you will rise into the first day of the season we have spoken of, and I will be there to meet you in it, as I have met you here. Seal all you have received tonight with one final amen of faith.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, the day did not have to bring you to this moment. You could have kept moving, kept filling the hours with everything that calls for your attention. But something held you here. Something in you paused, settled, and said, "Listen, That was not your own idea. That was me. I am speaking to you now, not to a crowd, not to a general audience, to you exactly as you are in this hour, with whatever is sitting heavy in your chest, with whatever questions have been circling in your mind, with whatever hope you have been afraid to voice out loud in case it fell apart again. I am speaking directly into that place. The weight you have been carrying is not invisible to me. You have walked into this moment carrying more than most people around you realize. You have been managing things that have no easy name. Worries that begin the moment your eyes open in the morning. A fatigue that sleep alone cannot fix. A quietness inside you where something used to live. You have been surviving, my child, at a level far below what I created you for. And part of you already knows this. Do not brush past that knowing. That ache is not weakness. That recognition, the sense that something is not right, that life should not feel this heavy, that you were made for more than what you have been enduring. That is your soul telling the truth. And I am not offended by it. I am answering it. I did not create you for this weight. I created you for peace. Not the shallow kind that arrives when problems resolve and leaves the moment they return, but the deep kind, the settled kind, the kind that holds firm when circumstances do not change, because it is rooted in me rather than in what surrounds you. You have been looking for that peace in outcomes, in people, in the resolution of things that have not yet resolved. And when those places failed to hold it, you pushed on, and you are still here. But hear me clearly now. I did not bring you to this moment to tell you to push through again. I brought you here to tell you something has changed. Declare your amen if you believe this word is reaching your spirit today. My child, there is a place within you that is quieter than thought, deeper than emotion, beyond the reach of the noise that has surrounded you for so long. That place has always known my voice, even in the seasons when your mind was too crowded to hear it clearly. And I am speaking to that place right now, not from a distance, not from somewhere above the details of your life, but from right here, closer to you than you are to your own breath. You have carried the impression that I am somewhere beyond your reach, that to find me you must first get your life in order, or your faith stronger, or your heart cleaner, that my closeness is something you must earn, rather than something you may simply receive. My child, that impression was never true. I did not make you fight your way to me. I came to you. I have always come to you. Not because your belief was steady enough, or your prayers eloquent enough, or your record clean enough. I came because you are mine, and I do not abandon what belongs to me. Something drew you to this moment. You may call it chance, or idle drifting, or the restless movement of a tired mind. But I tell you, nothing that brings a heart closer to my voice is accidental. I arranged this. I placed this in your path at this hour, not as a coincidence, but as an appointment. Heaven does not deal in coincidence when it comes to the ones it loves. The world around you is loud. It fills every available space with urgency and noise and the constant measuring of your life against lives that are not yours. It takes the quiet places and crowds them before you can rest in them. And you have been living inside that noise for a long time. So long that stillness has begun to feel unfamiliar. So long that a moment of quiet sometimes seems like something has gone wrong. But nothing has gone wrong. Stillness is where I have been waiting for you. It is where I speak without competition. It is where the truth of what I have declared over your life can finally reach you without being drowned out. So stay here with me. Let this moment become more than words passing through a tired mind. Let it become a meeting. Let what I'm speaking go down into the places where you have been running on empty, into the parts of you that have been quietly losing their grip on hope. I have something to say to those places, and what I say to them today is going to change how you walk forward from this hour. My beloved child, every road you have traveled, every season that shaped you, every detour you did not choose, every chapter you would not have written for yourself, has been moving within my sight. I have not lost track of you. I have not set you aside and forgotten to return. You have been before me all along, even in the moments when you were most certain you were invisible. You were never invisible. You have never been invisible. You did not arrive here by accident. Heaven called you here, and heaven calls you because something in your life is about to shift. Stay with me. There is more I need you to hear. My child, the noise of the world does not only live outside you, it takes up residence within you. The unresolved arguments, the old memories that replay without invitation, the fear that knows exactly when to speak. You have been listening to those voices for so long, they have begun to sound like reason. They have begun to sound like wisdom. But I tell you now, not every voice that speaks loudly is telling the truth, and not every voice that speaks quietly should be dismissed. I have been speaking quietly. I have been the still presence beneath the restlessness. I have been the peace that kept returning even when you expected it to give up on you. I have been steady in every season you have walked through, and I am steady now. My child, I want to teach you something about how I speak, because there is a lie you have absorbed from the world around you. A lie that says a voice must be loud to be trustworthy, that power must announce itself, that divine authority should rattle the room and leave no room for doubt. You have been waiting for a voice like thunder, but I often come like the light that enters a room before dawn fully arrives. Not dramatic, not loud, just present and growing. The prophet stood at the mountain. Before me there came wind violent enough to tear the rocks apart. There was shaking. There was fire. And after all of that passed, my voice came in a sound so still and gentle, it could only be heard by a heart that was genuinely listening. Not the wind, not the earthquake, not the fire, a gentle whisper. I was not absent from the storm, but I was not contained in it. I was in the whisper. My beloved child, I am not withholding the thunder because I lack authority. I come gently because I respect the soul I am speaking to. I do not need to overwhelm you to reach you. I do not need to shake the ground beneath your feet to prove I am near. The deepest room in you does not open to force. It opens to love. And love knows how to enter quietly. This is why I am asking you to slow down. Not as punishment, not as delay, but because the place where I meet you most deeply is not on the surface of a rushing life. It is in the still room beneath the movement, where your defenses come down, where the performance stops, where you no longer need to hold the shape of someone who is coping. That room is where I do my most real work. And that is where I am meeting you right now. There is something I want to show you. A quiet night long ago, and a young heart learning for the first time that heaven calls by name. The boy Samuel was resting in the temple. The lamp had not gone out. The house was still, and in that stillness, I called his name. I did not call him into a crowd. I did not begin in spectacle or noise. I came in the ordinary dark of a sleeping house when everything was quiet enough for a single name to matter. My child, that is often how I begin. in hidden places, when no one else is watching, when the soul is quiet enough to be interrupted by something that doesn't belong to the ordinary world. When Samuel heard my call, he did not understand it immediately. He ran to Eli thinking a human voice had spoken. He heard correctly, but his interpretation was still forming. And here is what I want you to see. I did not abandon him because he got it wrong the first time. I called again and again. Each time he rose, each time he returned confused, something in him was being drawn nearer to recognition. The call was not wasted just because it was not immediately understood. My beloved child, I have been calling you in ways you have not always recognized, through a quiet conviction that returned when you tried to silence it, through a door that closed and would not reopen no matter how hard you pressed against it, through a peace that stayed in you during a season that had no logical reason to produce peace, through a sense of longing, not for things, but for something more real than what the world had been offering you. That was my voice, not speaking in language, but speaking through your life. Do not be hard on yourself for the times you mistook my voice for something else. Samuel was in the temple, close to me, and he still needed 3 calls before he understood. A listening heart grows through the calling, not only at the point of recognition. There is something holy about becoming available before you know what will be required of you. Many only want to hear from me if the answer confirms what they already desire. Many say they want direction, but they resist the quiet place where direction is actually given. They want a voice that fits their schedule and their expectations. But I do not bend my voice to meet your expectations. I invite your heart to come and meet me where I already am. Samuel's simple response changed everything, not because the sentence was impressive, "Speak, Lord, for I am listening," but because his heart became genuinely available. He was not performing. He was not pretending certainty he did not have. He was a young heart in the dark saying, "I am here, speak." That was enough. My child, that same availability is enough from you. You do not need to arrive at me with polished words or unwavering certainty or a faith that has never stumbled. You need only to become present. A whispered yes can open what years of striving could not. A sincere "here I am" can become the beginning of a new chapter in your life. The path that Samuel walked, the path of learning to hear, learning to trust, learning to carry the word that was given to him, began in one quiet night with one honest response. Your path forward is no different. It begins not with more effort, but with more surrender. It begins not with getting louder, but with becoming still enough to receive what I have already been speaking. My beloved child, peace is often the doorway through which clarity comes. When your heart is frantic, every option looks like danger. But when my peace enters, the path does not always become easier, yet it becomes clearer. You begin to sense what is aligned with my character. You begin to recognize the difference between holy conviction and tormenting accusation. You begin to understand which voice is mine. I am teaching you to hear me. I am teaching you to trust the quiet. I am teaching you to wait in stillness without calling it abandonment. This is not a small lesson. It is the foundation of everything else I want to build in your life. My child, now I need to speak to something you have been carrying alone. Something you have not fully put into words, not even to yourself, because putting it into words would make it more real than you have had the strength to face. But I see it. I have always seen it. You have lived inside a weight that most people around you did not recognize. not because they were cruel, though some were, but because the heaviest burdens are often the invisible ones, the ones that do not show on the outside, the ones you learn to cover with a steady voice and a managed expression, and the practiced art of seeming fine when you were not fine at all. I watched you do it. Day after day, I watched you walk into rooms carrying more than anyone in those rooms understood. I watched you answer questions about how you were doing with words that were true enough to say, but not true enough to satisfy the deeper question. I watched you smile when your chest was tight. I watched you give when you were already empty. I watched you encourage others during seasons when you were quietly losing your own footing. My child, I am not telling you this to make you feel exposed. I am telling you because I want you to know. Nothing you were carrying was hidden from me. Not the weight of the nights when your thoughts would not quiet. Not the grief you carried for things you could not explain to anyone because you were not sure anyone would understand. Not the loneliness that sat beside you even in rooms full of people. Not the low, persistent ache of a life that felt like it was supposed to be something more than what it had become. I know how many mornings you woke already tired. Not tired from lack of sleep, but tired from the effort of holding everything together. The effort of managing fear, managing disappointment, managing the gap between the life you were living and the life your spirit knew was possible. That kind of tired goes all the way down. It is not fixed by a night of rest or a change of scenery. It is fixed only by what I am bringing to you now. And I want you to know something else. The battles you fought inside yourself, the ones no one saw, the ones that left no visible mark, those were real battles. They cost you something. The courage it took to keep moving when you felt like stopping. The strength it took to trust when trust had been broken. The hope it took to hold on when holding on felt like the least sensible thing you could do. None of that was small. Heaven witnessed it. And heaven does not witness things and forget them. Say, I receive, if you believe heaven has been watching over your life. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. My child, there were moments you came very close to giving up, not in a way that announced itself, but in a quiet, interior way. The slow withdrawal of hope, the gradual dimming of expectation, the almost imperceptible shrinking of what you allowed yourself to believe was possible for your life. You didn't tell anyone. But I felt it. I felt every small retreat, every quiet surrender, every moment your spirit said, perhaps this is all there is for me. And every time you reached that place, I stepped in, not always visibly, not always in a way you could point to and call miraculous. Sometimes it was as small as a breath of calm that came when the panic should have increased. Sometimes it was a word from someone who could not have known what you needed to hear, and yet somehow said it. Sometimes it was a moment of unexpected peace that had no logical explanation given everything that was happening around you. That was me, moving in the hidden places, refusing to let you fall past the point of return. You thought you kept going because of some resilience buried inside you, and you are not wrong. That resilience is real. But it was sustained by something more than your own reserves. I held you when your own strength ran out. I carried parts of your life that you did not know I was carrying. I walked into places in your story that you thought you were walking alone, and I walked them with you. Nothing you endured was watched from a distance. Not one moment of your breaking was observed without my presence beside you. I did not stand apart and simply record your suffering. I was in it with you. And because I was in it with you, it did not destroy you. It bent you in ways that cost you greatly, but it did not break you completely. And that was not luck. That was me. My child, you carried responsibilities that were too heavy for one heart. You carried pain from people who should have known better. You carried guilt over things that were never your fault, and shame over seasons you did not choose. All of it layered itself over your spirit until you could not fully remember what it felt like to move lightly through a day. And still, you kept showing up. Still, you kept trying. Still, you kept giving to others what you were struggling to give to yourself. I saw the courage in that. Not the loud, visible courage that the world celebrates, but the quiet, daily courage of someone who keeps choosing to live with integrity when it would be easier not to. That kind of courage matters to me. It does not go unseen in heaven, even when it goes unseen on earth. I am not done with your story. I have never been done with your story. And what I am preparing to do next in your life will make sense of much that you have been carrying, not because suffering is meant to be romanticized, but because nothing you have walked through has left my hands without being shaped into something that will serve you. The hardest chapters of your life are not the final word. They are the ground that something new is being built upon. My child, I need you to hear what I am about to say. Not with the surface of your mind, with the deep place within you that I have been drawing close throughout this moment. Because what I am about to declare over your life is not a comfort offered to make the present easier. It is a statement of what heaven has already decided. The season that has been wearing you down is over. Not eventually. Not when circumstances shift. Not when the right doors open or the right people arrive or the right amount of time has passed. Over. The long chapter that drained your strength, confused your direction, and made you question things you should never have had to question. That chapter has reached its appointed end. I am closing it myself. And what I close, nothing and no one on earth or beneath it can reopen. You may ask me, how can you say it is finished when I can still feel the weight of it? And I will answer you with truth. Things end in the unseen before they end in the felt. A season closes in heaven before the soul on earth is caught up to it. Freedom is declared in the spiritual world before it manifests fully in the physical one. You have already stepped out of what was holding you. Your spirit is ahead of your emotions right now. Your emotions are adjusting to a reality that heaven has already sealed. The moment I spoke these words, the grip of that season loosened. The moment I declared the shift, the darkness lost its authority over this chapter of your life. You are catching up to something heaven has already done. My child, no old battle will follow you into what I am opening next. What tried to destroy you in the season behind you has no access to the one I am stepping you into. The fear that chained your thinking, the confusion that clouded your purpose, the heaviness that sat on your chest in the night, none of it has been given permission to cross into your new beginning. I have put a wall between your yesterday and your tomorrow, a wall built not by your effort, but by my word. And my word stands. The relationships that drained you will not enter. The cycles that left you exhausted will not repeat. The voices that lied to you about your worth, your future, your place in this world, those voices have been cut off from you. Not every ending you experienced was a loss. Some of what fell away was removed precisely because it could not have traveled with you where I am taking you. I was clearing the road before you knew the road was changing. There were things you mourned that I removed on purpose. Opportunities that died, doors that shut, paths that closed even when you pushed against them with everything you had. You stood before those closures in grief and in confusion. You asked me why. You asked why the thing you worked toward or prayed for or invested in would not remain. And I am telling you now, those endings were not failures. They were directions. I was not withholding good from you. I was protecting you from what would have kept you from the better thing I had already prepared. My beloved child, a pruned branch does not look blessed. It looks cut. It looks set back. It looks like loss. But pruning is not punishment. It is preparation for a fruit that the unpruned branch could not have carried. You have been pruned, and now you will bear what you could not have borne before. The enemy tried to make you read those endings as rejection. He tried to make you interpret my redirections as evidence that you were not wanted, not worthy, not chosen. He fed you the lie that the closed doors were confirmation of your worst fears about yourself. But not one of those closed doors was rejection from me. Every one of them was protection. I saw what was on the other side that you did not see, and I loved you enough to say no, even when you were asking with everything in you. My child, this is what I need you to carry forward. I am not a God who ignores the details of your life. I am not distant and indifferent to what happens in your days. I am present in the specific moments, in the specific doors, in the specific relationships and seasons and choices that have shaped where you stand today. Nothing was random. Nothing was left to chance. And none of it, not even the most painful part of it, happened outside of my awareness or beyond the reach of my redemption. The old season is finished. Your spirit knows it, even if your mind is still adjusting. Something has already shifted. The ground beneath you is not the same ground it was before this moment began. You are standing right now at the beginning of something new. And the new thing I build in your life will not resemble the ruins of what the old season left behind. It will be built on foundations the old season could not shake, because I am the one laying them. My beloved child, when heaven decides something concerning a life, earth moves to align with that decision. That is not a metaphor. That is how my authority works. I did not create you and then step back from the details. I am actively present in the story of your life, and I am active in this moment. I am declaring an end to what has been holding you, and I am declaring a beginning to what I have been preparing for you. You walked through a long night, but the night has an end. The morning I am releasing into your life is not the fragile kind that fades when the next difficulty arrives. It is a morning that changes the quality of everything that follows. It is a morning built on the truth of what I have declared over you, and that truth does not change with the weather of circumstances. Walk forward from this moment differently. Walk forward knowing that the chapter behind you has been closed by my hand. Walk forward knowing that what you are stepping into was not assembled in a hurry. I have been preparing this for longer than you have been waiting for it. And it is ready, and you are ready, even if readiness does not feel the way you thought it would. My child, I want to lift something for you now, something that will change the way you understand the battles you have walked through. Because you have been carrying a story about those battles that is not fully true. And a false story about your suffering shapes how you see yourself, how you see the future, and how much you allow yourself to hope. The truth is this: You were not attacked because you were weak. You were attacked because you carry something that darkness feared. Let that settle for a moment. The pressure that came against your mind, the thoughts that told you that you were not enough, that tried to convince you to quit, that planted fear in places where I had planted purpose. That was not random. The waves of confusion that rose at the exact moments you were beginning to make progress. The sudden storms that broke out right when something good was forming in your life. Those were not coincidences. The timing of your hardest seasons was deliberate, and the deliberateness was not from me. It was from the one who saw what I placed in you and wanted to stop it before it could rise. The enemy is not stupid, my child. He does not waste energy on lives that have no impact. He does not fight what poses no threat. He targets what carries real potential and real light. And he targeted you. He saw the calling on your life before you fully understood it. He saw the person you were becoming through the refining of those difficult seasons. He saw the strength that was forming in you. He saw the wisdom that was developing in the places that hurt the most. He saw the compassion that was growing because you had walked through your own darkness and survived it. And all of that frightened him, because someone with your story, who has been through what you have been through, and still believes, still reaches for hope, still refuses to become hard, that person carries a dangerous kind of light. You thought you were barely surviving those seasons. You thought you were failing because the weight never seemed to lift fast enough, because the answers did not come when you asked for them, because the battles went on longer than you thought you could endure. But I tell you now, you were not failing. You were overcoming. And the enemy fought you hardest in those moments because he knew how close you were to breaking through to the place he never wanted you to reach. My child, in your most difficult seasons, heaven was fighting for you in ways you could not see. When fear pressed against your mind in the night, something held the line. When hopelessness tried to take root in your spirit, something in you remained that would not let it fully settle. When the darkness tried to convince you that your story was over, something kept you reaching. That was not only your will, that was my hand. Angels moved on your behalf. Paths of destruction were blocked before they reached you. Moments that were aimed at your breaking were redirected. You walked through some seasons without knowing how many things were being held back from you that were meant to do far more damage. You did not fall because heaven refused to let you fall. You thought it was your own endurance, and your endurance was real. But beneath it, sustaining it, was my protection. You were covered in seasons you did not know you were covered. Declare, I am chosen, if this truth is reaching a place in you that needed it. My beloved child, the attacks came against your mind. Thoughts that questioned your identity, your worth, your right to hope. The enemy knows that a person who does not know who they are is a person who cannot fully walk in what they were created for. So he aimed at the root. He aimed at your sense of self. He tried to make you forget who you are by burying the truth of it under enough pain, enough disappointment, enough silence, that the truth became hard to feel, even if you still believed it. But identity is not determined by how clearly you can feel it. Your identity was set by me, and what I set does not dissolve, because life became difficult. You are still who I said you are. Every season of confusion, every chapter of pain, every voice that tried to name you by your losses and your failures, none of it changed the name I placed on you. You are mine. That has not shifted, not 1 degree. The attacks also came against your relationships, People who should have been safe became sources of wounding. Trust was broken in places where trust should have been protected. Community failed you in moments when community was most needed. And I know how much that cost you. I know how the wounds from people who were supposed to love you well go deeper than wounds from strangers. I know how they change the way you approach trust after the fact. But hear me on this. I have not left your relational life in ruins. The relationships that were removed from you, whether by betrayal or simply by the natural ending of seasons, those removals were not the final word on what is possible for you in love and in friendship and in belonging. I am building something new in that area of your life too. What I am bringing to you will not replicate the pain of what you lost. It will be built on different ground, steadier ground, ground I have prepared. Every attack that came against you missed its ultimate target. You are still here. You are still standing. You are still believing. And the life I have called you toward is not only still possible, it is now more possible because of what you have walked through and survived. My child, I want to take you somewhere now, into a place most people resist going because it requires looking at your story differently than pain has trained you to look at it. I want to show you the underside of the things you thought were losses. I want to show you what my hand was doing in the seasons that felt like silence. You have prayed prayers that were not answered the way you asked. You know this. There were specific requests, specific pleas, specific moments when you laid something before me and waited, and the answer that came back was not the one you needed it to be. And you interpreted those moments as evidence of one thing, that I was not listening, or that I was listening but did not care enough to act, or that something in you made you unworthy of the answer you were asking for. All of those interpretations were wrong. I want to correct them now. When I did not answer a prayer the way you asked, it was not because I was absent. It was because I was active, but in a different direction than the one you were pointing. My silence was not indifference. My silence was strategy. My no was not rejection. My no was protection. There were relationships you wanted to keep that I allowed to end. You prayed for them to be restored. You believed with real faith that things could change. And they did not change, not in the way you prayed. And you grieved that. You may still grieve it. But my child, if you could have seen what I saw, you would have wept with relief that those things ended. You were asking me to preserve something that would have cost you more than you could afford to spend. You were asking from the place of what you knew. I was deciding from the place of what I saw. And what I saw required a no. Those closed doors were not evidence of my distance. They were evidence of my nearness. I was close enough to your story to see what you could not see. I was active enough in your life to move things before they could reach you. The loss you felt was real. The pain of it was real. But the loss itself was a rescue, even when it did not feel like one. My beloved child, there were opportunities you tried to force into existence that would have led you down a path that narrowed rather than widened. You would have given years to something that would have ended in exhaustion and emptiness. You would have invested deeply in a direction that was not aligned with what I had placed in you. You would have settled, not because you lacked ambition, but because you did not yet know how to trust what I was doing in the delay. So, I closed those doors. Not to frustrate you, to free you from a smaller version of your life. And the delays, the seasons when forward motion seemed impossible, when you could not understand why things that should have moved were standing still. Those delays were not negligence on my part. I was working on layers you could not see. I was shifting people. I was moving timing into place. I was preparing you in ways that required more than you thought you needed. I was aligning the destination with the person you were still becoming. You could not step into what I had prepared until you had become what that place required. The delay was never about what you lacked. It was about what was still being completed in you and around you. My child, the unanswered prayers were not unanswered. They were answered differently. They were answered with a wisdom that will only become fully clear to you from a distance. There will come a moment, and some of you have already had glimpses of it, when you look back and understand why certain things did not go the way you planned. When you see how the no that broke your heart at the time was actually the hinge on which your story turned. When you recognize that the path you were trying to force would have taken you away from the life I was bringing you toward. I was not withholding from you when I redirected you. I was preparing you. I was not silent because I did not care. I was silent in the way a surgeon is silent, focused, intentional, working on what needs to be done rather than narrating every step. My silence in those seasons was active, not passive. I was present. I was working. I was fighting for your future in rooms you did not even know existed. My beloved child, every single thing in your story, the answered prayers and the redirected ones, the open doors and the closed ones, the seasons of abundance and the seasons of waiting, all of it has been within my sight. All of it has been held in my hands. Nothing fell through a gap. Nothing was lost to chance. Nothing in your life was left outside the reach of my purpose. So let the grief you carried over the closed doors begin to release. Let the anger you felt toward the endings that seemed cruel begin to soften into trust. Not because what happened was not painful. It was. But because the one who allowed it was not distant and careless. The one who allowed it was present and purposeful. And the purpose was always your good, always your protection, always the fuller life I have been building toward you. You are not a person who has been abandoned and redirected carelessly. You are a person who has been led, carefully, intentionally, with a love that did not flinch even when it had to say no to what you were asking for, in order to say yes to what I had already prepared. My child, this is where it all turns. This is the moment where what was behind you stops defining what is ahead of you. This is the crossing point, not a future one, not one that requires more time or more proving or more waiting. But this one, right here, in the breath you are drawing right now as these words settle into you, I am restoring you, not to the version of yourself that existed before the hard seasons. That person did not yet carry the depth you carry now. I am restoring you to the fullness of what I always intended you to be. The clarity you lost, I am giving it back. The confidence that was eroded by years of fighting battles you did not ask for, I am rebuilding it on ground that will not shift. The peace that was taken from you piece by piece, through disappointment and loss and the slow wearing down of hope, I am returning it, not in small amounts, but in a measure that matches what you surrendered. Joy is coming to you. And I do not mean a surface brightness that disappears when life applies pressure. I mean a deep-rooted joy that coexists with the hard things without being canceled by them. The kind that was in the psalm writer when he said, "You have turned my mourning into dancing." That kind. A joy that has passed through the fire and emerged something that fire cannot touch. Rest is coming to you. Not just the physical rest of a body that has been running too long, but the soul rest that comes when you finally stop carrying what was never yours to carry. When you set down the weight of outcomes you cannot control, the approval of people who were never meant to define you, the pressure of a timeline that was never in your hands to manage. When you let those things go, and I am helping you let them go, a rest enters your life that is entirely different from sleep. It is the rest of a soul that has found its ground again. Your sense of who you are is coming back to you. The long seasons of questioning your worth, your purpose, your place in this world, those seasons are behind you now. What I say about you is not canceled by what those seasons said about you. You are not defined by the moments when you were most confused, most afraid, most alone. You are defined by the word I placed over you before the storm, and that word has not changed. The ones you love, those you carry in prayer, the people whose names live in the deepest places of your heart, I see them too. What I am doing in you is not sealed off from them. The peace that enters your life has a way of moving outward. The restoration that begins in one heart rarely stays contained to that one heart. What I give you will travel. It will reach them in ways neither you nor they will fully understand. Trust me with them the way you are learning to trust me with yourself. My beloved child, the life I am opening in front of you is not a replica of what you lost. It is not a patched-together version of your old hopes rearranged to feel new. It is something I have been constructing since long before you reached the end of your own strength and had to stop trying to build it yourself. I know exactly what this life is meant to hold. I know exactly who it is meant to reach. I know exactly what your spirit is built to carry and what will bring you alive in a way that no amount of striving ever could. You do not have to engineer it. You do not have to force it into existence. You do not have to figure out every step before you take the first one. You only have to walk with me, close enough to hear me, open enough to follow when I lead, trusting enough to rest in the steps you cannot yet see. That is all. That has always been all. My child, you have endured a long night, but here is what I need you to know as you step forward from this moment. You did not survive those seasons merely to return to ordinary living. You survived them to step into something your spirit has always known was possible. The ache you felt for more than what you had been living, that ache was not restlessness. That ache was accurate. It was pointing toward the life I was keeping for you while the storm was doing what storms do. The storm is finished. The life is here. And so am I, right beside you as you take the first steps into it. My child, you may feel the unfamiliarity of a life no longer defined by struggle. Peace can feel strange to a soul that has lived so long inside difficulty. Let that strangeness settle. This is what it feels like when the weight finally lifts. You do not have to earn your way into what I am giving you. Simply open your hands and receive. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you are stepping forward into the new season I have opened for you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something happened while you were sleeping, and you know nothing about it yet. You did not hear it. You did not stir. You woke into an ordinary morning and the walls of your room looked the same as they always look. But the ground beneath your life shifted in the dark hours, and you carried on without knowing. I let you sleep through it on purpose. Fear would have made you clutch at things I was trying to take out of your hands. I am speaking now with a heaviness in my voice, and it is not anger. It is grief. I have watched you come so close to what I set aside for you, then turn away at the last moment because no one told you it was real. That is why I will not let this hour pass in silence. Hear these words. Let them go down into you. There is a portion with your name on it, not a wish, not a feeling. A portion prepared, held, and waiting for a hand to reach out and take it. You have prayed for change in a voice so quiet you were not sure it left your chest. I heard all of it, every word you never finished, every request you buried because you were embarrassed to ask twice. I do not need volume to hear you. I have never needed it. My child, listen to me. There was a man named Jacob who lay down on hard ground with a stone under his head. He was running. He had nothing. He slept in the open like a man with no future. And in the night I opened heaven over that place, and a stairway stood between the dust where he lay and the throne where I sit. He saw it only because I let him see it. When he woke, he said something I want you to hear in your own mouth today. He said, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it." That is you. That is exactly you. I have been in your house, in your long nights, in your kitchen at 3 a.m. when you could not sleep and you did not know it. I have been in the rooms where decisions were made about you while you sat outside those rooms with no voice. You thought you were alone in a hard season. You were never alone. You were guarded. Now let me tell you what I stopped. There was something forming against your life. It was not loud. It did not announce itself. It moved the way rot moves through wood, slowly, out of sight, until the whole beam gives way under weight. It was arranged to reach you in a season when you would have been too tired to resist it. It would have cost you far more than money. It would have cost you years. I put my hand out and it did not reach you. You will never see the full record of what I turned away. Some of it I will keep from you for the rest of your life, because knowing would only make you afraid of shadows that no longer exist. But I want you to understand something plainly. Certain doors that closed in your face were not rejections. They were me, standing in the doorway, refusing to let you walk into a room you would not have walked out of the same. You wept over some of those closed doors. I know you did. You asked me why the thing you wanted so badly slipped through your fingers when you had done everything right. I was not punishing you. I was steering you. There is a difference, and tonight you are finally able to hear it. Think of what happened in the palace of a king long ago. The king could not sleep, not 1 hour. So he called for the records of his kingdom to be spoken aloud in the middle of the night, and out of all those long accounts, the one reading landed on the name of a man who had done a good thing years before and had never been repaid for it. That man was asleep in his own bed across the city. He knew nothing. By morning, everything in his life had changed, and he had done nothing that day to cause it. I still work like that. Your name was spoken in a place you have never stood. It was spoken by someone who cannot explain why they thought of you. They felt a nudge they could not account for, and they moved. And what they set in motion is already traveling toward you. That nudge was mine. I want you to sit with that. Someone with more than they need was stirred in a quiet moment to release something toward a person they may never meet. They did not know your face. They did not know what you have survived. They only knew they could not shake the thought, and they acted. This is not luck. Luck has no memory and no aim. What is moving toward you knows exactly where it is going. You have spent years watching other people receive what you were still waiting on, and you built a private theory about yourself out of it. You decided you must be the kind of person things do not happen to. You never said it out loud, you just lived like it was true. And that quiet belief has done more damage to you than any hardship ever did. I am pulling that belief up by the root tonight. My beloved, you are not the exception to my goodness. You never were. You were simply on a slower road, and the slowness had a reason, and the reason is about to make sense to you. There is one thing I need from you now, and it is not perfection. It is attention. Stay awake to this. Some things arrive with noise and there is no missing them. Others arrive quietly and pass by anyone who is not paying attention. What I am bringing you is the second kind. It will not shout at you. It will come near, and it will wait, and it will need you to recognize it. So do not drift now. Do not let your mind wander back to the tired story you tell yourself about your life. That story is finished. I am telling you a new one, and I am telling it while you are still able to change what happens next. Declare your amen if these words are finding your spirit. There is a weight you have been carrying that you could never name. You have described it to yourself 100 ways. Tiredness, stress, a season, getting older. None of those words were right, and you knew it, because rest did not touch it. You could sleep a full night and wake up already worn out. That was not your body. That was something attached to your path that had no right to be there. It was cut loose in the night. You will feel the difference before you understand it. Something in your chest will sit lighter. A dread you had grown so used to that you stopped noticing it will simply not be there one morning. Do not talk yourself out of that feeling. It is not your imagination playing kind tricks on you. It is the absence of a weight I removed. Some of what I cut loose was a situation. Some of it was a habit. And some of it, my child, was a person. I need you to hear that without flinching. Not everyone who is close to you is meant to travel the whole road with you. Some walked beside you for a stretch and were a real help in that stretch. And I do not erase what they gave you. But the road narrows ahead and they cannot come where you are going. And if you drag them forward, you will both be miserable in the attempt. You have already felt it. A conversation that used to be easy now takes effort. A room you used to enjoy now feels heavy the moment you walk in. You have been blaming yourself for that. You have wondered if you are becoming cold or difficult. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming clear. I am taking the fog out of your eyes, and clear sight is uncomfortable at first. When my servant Elisha stood surrounded by an enemy army, his young helper panicked at what he could see. Horses, chariots, no way out. Elisha prayed one thing only. He asked me to open the young man's eyes, and when I did, the boy saw the hills full of fire and horses and forces that had been standing there the entire time. Nothing on that hillside changed. His sight changed. That is what is happening to you now. Nothing around you has moved. Your eyes have been opened, and now you are seeing what was always there. You are going to see some things you would rather not see. A motive behind a kindness. A pattern in someone you excused for years. A place you kept returning to that was quietly costing you. This is not me making you suspicious. This is me making you wise. You cannot protect what you cannot see, and I am finished letting you be robbed in the dark. State, I trust you if you are ready to see clearly. Do not chase after what is leaving. That is the instruction I want you to hold most tightly in the coming days. When something loosens its grip on your life, your first instinct will be to grab it back. You will want to send the message, make the call, repair the thing that is coming apart. Sit on your hands. Let it go. What is falling away from you now is not falling because you failed. It is falling because it cannot hold the weight of what is coming, and I would rather it break now, empty, than break later while you are standing under it. I have never taken something from you without preparing something better. Not once. You may not have been able to trace it at the time, but I have never left a gap in your life open forever. Think of the woman who had nothing left but a little oil in a jar and a house full of debt collectors at the door. I did not send her money. I told her to gather empty vessels from every neighbor she had, as many as she could carry, and to shut the door behind her and pour. She poured into every empty thing in that house, and the oil did not stop until there was nothing left to fill. Notice what limited her. It was not my supply. It was the number of empty vessels she was willing to go and ask for. That is why I have been emptying things out of your life, my beloved. Not to leave you with less. To leave you with room. You have been so busy grieving what is gone that you have not looked around at the space it left. There is space in your days now. There is space in your thinking. There is space where an old ache used to sit and take up half your energy. I did not clear that ground so it could stay bare. Something is going to be planted there. You may also notice that your patience for certain things has run out completely. Talk that goes nowhere. Company that leaves you drained. Arguments you used to be pulled into without thinking. You will find yourself stepping back from them almost without deciding to. That is not you becoming distant. That is me teaching you what your peace is worth, and it is worth far more than you have been charging for it. Your peace is tied to your purpose. Guard one and you guard the other. There is a decision coming toward you. I will not tell you the day, but it will be a choice between the familiar and the right, and those two will not be the same thing this time. The familiar will feel safe and will smell like home. The right will feel unproven and slightly frightening. You will know which is which by the peace, not by the comfort. Comfort and peace are not the same. Comfort keeps you where you are. Peace goes with you where I am sending you. When that moment comes, do not go backward. Backward is a place you have already outgrown, and there is nothing waiting for you there but a smaller version of yourself. You are stronger than you have any evidence for. You have not been tested in the way that is coming, so you cannot yet know what you carry. But I know. I would not have moved on your behalf last night if you were not able to stand in what happens next. Let me tell you how I move provision toward a person who has nothing. There was a widow named Ruth. She had lost everything that was supposed to hold her life up, and she ended up in a foreign field with no claim to anything, picking up leftovers behind the harvesters so she could eat that day. That is all she expected. Scraps. What she did not know was that the owner of that field had noticed her and had quietly given an order to his workers. Let handfuls fall on purpose. Do not rebuke her. Let her gather and say nothing about why the gleaning is suddenly so good. She went home that evening carrying more than a poor woman should have been able to gather, and she had no idea it had been arranged. That is the shape of what is happening to you. Someone has been told to let handfuls fall in your direction, and they do not fully know why they are doing it. It came to them as a thought they could not put down. They are wealthy enough that it will not wound them, and I stirred them at the right hour, and they obeyed a prompting they will never be able to explain to anyone. You are gathering in that field now, my child, and you do not yet know how the harvest turned so generous. Do not shrink back from this. That is the danger. Not that you will be refused, but that you will not stretch out your hand when it comes, because a lifetime of scarcity has trained you to expect scraps and be grateful for them. Gratitude is beautiful. Small expectation is not the same thing as gratitude. There is one more thing I ask of you in this moment, and it is not a small thing, which is why I am asking it plainly. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear the rest of what I want to say, because there is something in you that must break before you can hold what is coming. You believe, somewhere underneath everything, that you are not quite enough. You have never announced it. You may not even agree with me right now. But it shows in how you apologize for taking up space. It shows in the way you brace yourself before good news, waiting for the part where it turns out to be a mistake. It shows in how quickly you assume the fault was yours. That belief did not come from me. I have never once looked at you and thought you were lacking. You measure yourself by what you have achieved and by what has gone wrong. I do not use that measure. I look at what you are made of and where I am taking you. Those two things have not changed through any of your worst seasons, and they were true on the days you could not get out of bed. Understand this clearly. What is coming to you is not a reward for being good enough. If it were, no one would ever receive anything from me. It is coming because I decided it, and because your hands were still open enough to take it. My beloved, you kept your hands open. That is the whole thing. After everything that was taken out of them, you did not close them into fists. You stayed kind when bitterness would have been reasonable. You gave from a shortage when you had every excuse to keep it all. You went on believing in a quiet way that did not draw any attention. I saw all of it. None of it was invisible to me. That is why what is arriving can be trusted to you. I do not put weight into hands that will use it to hurt somebody. I know what you will do with more because I have watched what you did with almost nothing. There is a reason this did not come to you 5 years ago. You have asked me that question with real pain in your voice, and I have not always answered, so let me answer it now. 5 years ago, you would have received it, and you would have spent it trying to fix things that were never going to be fixed by money. You would have poured it into a hole that had no bottom. It would have been gone in a season, and you would have been left with the same ache and less hope. You are not that person now. The difference is not that you became impressive. The difference is that you learned what actually holds and what does not. And you learned it in a hard classroom, and now you cannot be talked out of it. Do not despise the years it took. They cost you a great deal. They also built something in you that cannot be bought or hurried. You have also gained something you may not have noticed. You can tell now when something is wrong. Before you had to be shown, usually painfully, usually too late. Now you feel it early. A conversation that seems fine, but is not. An opportunity that looks right but sits badly in your spirit. That instinct is not nerves. It is knowledge, paid for at a high price, and I intend for you to use it. So when the good thing comes and it sits well in you, do not treat that piece as suspicious. You have been so long on guard that you have started to distrust ease itself. Not everything gentle is a trap. Some things are simply mine. You think you are behind. You are not behind. You are covered. There is a difference between a life that is running late and a life that is being held on purpose, and from the inside they feel identical. Both feel like standing still while everyone else moves. Both feel like watching a door open for someone who did not want it as badly as you did. I understand why you drew the conclusion you drew, but you were not late. You were guarded from arriving too early. Look at Joseph, a young man with a word from me about his own future, and within a few years he was sold by his own family, carried into a foreign country, lied about by a woman who wanted him ruined, and locked in a prison cell for a crime he did not commit. Then he helped a fellow prisoner, and that man walked free and forgot him completely. 2 more years passed in that cell. 2 years of a man who had been promised something, sitting in the dark, forgotten by the one person who could have spoken his name. Then a king had a dream that no one could explain, and suddenly the forgotten man was the only one who could help, and he was pulled out of that cell and set over a nation in a single morning. 2 years earlier, the position did not exist. There was nothing to be released into. The delay was not me losing track of him. It was me holding him at the door until the door was there. You have had your own 2 years, perhaps longer. You have watched a season come and go where nothing you tried gained any ground, and you begged me for a reason, and I stayed quiet. I was not quiet because I was absent. I was quiet because there was nothing I could have told you then that would have helped you. You would have used the information to try to hurry me. There was also a boy called out of a field, anointed with oil in front of his own brothers, told plainly that he would be king. And then, my child, he went straight back to the sheep. No throne, no palace. Years of running for his life through caves and wilderness with a crown promised and nothing in his hands. The anointing was real the whole time. The waiting did not cancel it. Some of what you were promised is still true, even though nothing about your circumstances confirms it. I want to correct something you have believed about your losses. You have counted certain events as failures, and they were not failures. They were exits I built into the road so you could leave a path that was heading somewhere I did not want you to arrive. That job you did not get. You have replayed it, wondering what you said wrong. You said nothing wrong. That place would have consumed years of your life and given you very little in return, and I closed it before you could sign anything. That relationship that ended, you have carried the ending like proof of some flaw in you. There was no flaw. There was an incompatibility with the direction of your life that you could not have seen from where you were standing. That plan that collapsed at the last moment. You called it bad luck. It was mercy. It looked like loss because I did not show you the other version of your life, the one where it went ahead. Not everything that hurt you was punishment. A great deal of it was protection wearing a face you did not recognize. Now the holding is ending. You are moving out of the season of preparation and into the season of release, and the two feel completely different. In preparation, effort produces very little visible result, and you wonder if any of it matters. In release, small movements produce more than they should. A single conversation opens something. A door that was shut for years swings on the first push. You will notice the change in the effort required, and you will wonder what happened. What happened is that the ground was made ready while you were not looking. I am also changing how you experience time itself. You have lived in a rush for years, always feeling like you needed to catch up, always slightly panicked that you were running out of road. That pressure is going to lift off you. You will find yourself able to wait for a thing without your stomach turning over. You will feel able to say no to something good because you know a better thing is coming. That is not passivity. That is authority. Only a person who trusts the supply can afford to refuse a poor offer. My child, we have walked a long road together, and you have not always known I was there. There were nights you spoke into the dark and heard nothing back, and you decided that meant no one was listening. I was closer in those nights than in the seasons when everything was going well. I do not withdraw when things get hard. I only get quieter, because that is when you actually listen. I want you to look back over the last few years with different eyes now. Take one hard thing you went through, one you still resent. Look at what it taught you, what it stripped out of you, who it removed from your life, and what it made impossible for you to go back to. Then ask yourself honestly whether you could carry what is coming without having learned that. You could not. I know, because I do not permit unnecessary suffering. I permit costly, effective suffering, and I do not enjoy any of it, and I do not waste a single hour of it. Nothing you have been through is going to be left lying there as a scrap of your life. It is all going to be worked into what comes next, including the parts you are still ashamed of. You will look back at this stretch of road one day, and you will not be able to find the wasted part. You will look for it, and it will not be there. There is a calm coming into you that will not make sense given your circumstances. You will be in the middle of a situation that used to send your heart racing, and you will notice, almost with surprise, that you are steady. Nothing outside you will have changed. The bill will still be due. The problem will still be unsolved. But the panic that always came with it will simply not arrive. Do not question that steadiness or try to explain it away. It is not denial. It is what a person feels when some part of them finally believes they are held. There was a night when Peter sat in a prison cell with chains on both wrists, guards on either side of him, and an execution set for the morning. And he was asleep, not pacing, not bargaining. Asleep so deeply that when I sent help into that cell, he had to be struck on the side to wake up. The chains dropped off his hands. He walked past guard after guard and through a gate that opened by itself, and the whole time he thought he was dreaming. He did not understand that it was real until he was standing alone in the street with the night air on his face. That is exactly how your deliverance will feel. You will not experience it as a triumphant moment. You will experience it as something you are half sure you are imagining, and only later, standing in the open with the door behind you, will you understand what actually happened. So do not wait for a sign large enough to remove all doubt. That is not how I usually work. I work in chains falling quietly at night while everyone who wanted you finished is asleep. Say, I receive it, if your heart is open to this. Your priorities are being rearranged, and you are already feeling it. Things that used to sit at the top of your list have slid down it. Concerns that once consumed whole weeks of your thinking now seem oddly small when you look at them. And other things that you have neglected for years have started to press on you, quietly and persistently, refusing to be ignored any longer. That is not indecision. That is me reordering what matters, from the inside, without argument. You are also going to become far less interested in being understood. This is one of the great releases of the season you are entering. You have spent years explaining yourself, defending your choices, softening your decisions so that other people would be comfortable with them. That habit is going to fall away. Some people around you will not understand what is happening to you. They will notice you have gone quieter in some places and firmer in others. They will ask what has changed, and you will not have a good answer for them. Because what happened to you happened in a room they were not in. You do not owe anyone the full account. Some things I show you are for your feet only, not for the crowd. Listen for the peace, my beloved. That is the marker I have given you, and it is reliable. When you are trying to decide between two paths, do not weigh which one is more impressive or which one others would approve of. Notice which one lets you breathe, not which is easier, which is quieter in your spirit. Excitement can be manufactured by pressure and by fear. Peace cannot be faked in you. You have an inner knowing that has been getting stronger for months. You have not trusted it because you have been trained to look outside yourself for permission. That knowing is not your nerves, and it is not wishful thinking. It is my voice, learning to be recognized by you, speaking in the register you can actually hear. It will never rush you. It will never shame you. It will never come with panic attached. Anything that pressures you to decide immediately before you can think or pray is not from me. Urgency and haste are not the same thing. I will tell you when the time is now. I will not make you frantic about it. There is a door in front of you that only you can walk through. No one can go through it on your behalf, and no one can be sent in your place. It will not look like much from the outside. It rarely does. It may be a conversation you have been putting off, a small opportunity that seems beneath what you had hoped for, a request from someone that arrives at an inconvenient moment. You have been waiting for something obvious and grand, and you may walk straight past the actual door because it looks too ordinary to be the answer. Naaman nearly did. A powerful man, sick and desperate, who traveled a long way for healing and was told to go and wash in an ordinary river 7 times. He was insulted. He had expected drama. He had expected a hand waved over him and a great pronouncement. He almost went home still sick because the instruction was too plain to feel worthy of his situation. His servants talked him into it. He washed and he came up clean. Do not despise a small instruction, my child. The size of the instruction has nothing to do with the size of what it unlocks. You may also find that you need less from people than you used to. Approval that once mattered enormously will simply lose its grip. Someone's opinion of you that could have flattened you a year ago will land and roll off. You will notice it happening and it will feel strange, almost like a loss. Because you have organized so much of your life around what others think. It is not a loss. It is the return of something that was always supposed to be yours. And here is what that freedom is for. A person who does not need approval can be sent anywhere. A person who does need it can only ever be sent where the approval already is. I am about to send you into places that will not applaud you. And I am cutting the cord now before you get there. Now hear me on something serious, because I will not soften it. Not every door stays open. Some things I place in front of a person are set there for a season, and if that season passes without a response, the thing does not vanish, but it moves. It goes to hands that will close around it. I am not saying this to frighten you. I am saying it because I have watched people stand in front of an answered prayer, examine it, decide to think about it, and never come back. You have done that before. You know you have. And you have carried the ache of it quietly ever since. I am not going to let you do it again without a warning. What is being placed before you requires something from you, and it is not talent, and it is not money. It is response. A yes, with your feet in it. Awareness that turns into movement. Once you know something, you cannot go back to not knowing it. That is why I have been careful about what I show you. Everything I reveal raises what is expected of you, and I do not raise the expectation until I have first raised the ability. You are ready. That is the whole reason this hour arrived. So when the moment comes, and it will come sooner than you expect, do not stand there weighing it until it walks away. I want to tell you what is going to happen after you receive. You are going to become a source. That is the part almost nobody expects. You have spent so long being the one who needs help that you cannot picture yourself as the one who provides it, but that is exactly what I am building. What I bring into your hands is not going to stop with you. It will move through you and out into the lives of those you love, and further than that, into lives you will never hear about. That is how I have always worked. I do not fill a person up so they can sit there full. I fill them so they overflow onto everyone standing nearby. Think of Isaac. There was famine in the land, real famine, and I told him not to leave and to sow into that dry ground anyway. Everyone around him was conserving, hoarding, holding what little they had. He planted in a year when planting looked like madness, and that same year he reaped 100-fold in the middle of a famine on ground that was giving nothing to anyone else. The harvest was not about the soil, it was about the obedience. You have people you carry in prayer. I know their names. I know the ones you mention aloud and the ones you cannot say without your voice breaking. Hear me clearly. What I am doing in your life is going to reach them. Not by your striving, by overflow. You have tried to save some of them by force, and it has exhausted you and changed nothing. You were never given that job. You were given the job of being so evidently held that they cannot explain you. That is the thing that will reach them. Not your argument, your steadiness. There is a woman in my book who was down to a handful of flour and a little oil, gathering sticks to cook one final meal for her household before they starved. And a prophet arrived and asked her to make a small loaf for him first. It was, by any human measure, an outrageous request. She did it. And the flour in the jar did not run out and the oil did not fail day after day all the way through the famine. She was not rewarded for having plenty. She was rewarded for releasing in a moment when releasing made no sense. You have that same instinct in you. I have seen you give when you could not afford it. That instinct is why you can be trusted with more, and it is why more is on the way. Let me also address the fear underneath all of this, the one you have not put into words. You are afraid that it will come and then be taken away, that you will let yourself hope and get it and lose it, and be worse off than if you had never had it at all. That fear was built in you by real experience, and I am not going to mock it. But I want you to notice what that fear is actually protecting. It is not protecting your peace. It is keeping you small, refusing you every good thing in advance so that nothing can ever be lost. That is not safety. That is a slow surrender dressed up as wisdom. I am not bringing you something fragile. What I am establishing in your life is meant to hold. It is not a burst of good fortune that will burn out by the end of the year. It is a foundation laid slowly in ground no one could see, which is exactly why it took so long. Anything I build quickly, I have to rebuild. What I am putting under your feet, I only build once. You will notice its strength in the storms it survives. Difficulty will still come. I have never promised you a life without weather. But you will go through something that would have ruined you 3 years ago. And you will come out of it standing. And that is when you will know what has been built underneath you. You are also going to be more honest with yourself than you have ever been. You have avoided looking directly at certain things in your own life, certain habits, a certain resentment you keep feeding, a certain corner of yourself you have decided is simply how you are. All of that is coming up into the light now, and it will not feel comfortable. Do not brace against it. I am not exposing those things to shame you. I am exposing them because I intend to heal them, and I cannot heal what you and I are both pretending not to see. So let me tell you how this ends, because you have been bracing for the catch and there is no catch. You're going to wake up one ordinary morning some months from now and notice that the fear is gone. Not managed, not talked down, gone. You will make your coffee and stand in your kitchen and realize that the tightness you have lived with for years is not in your chest anymore. And you will not be able to say exactly when it left. That is the day you will understand what happened while you were sleeping. You will look back at this hour and recognize it as the turn. Not because anything dramatic occurred, but because this is where you stopped bracing and started expecting. I am restoring things you had privately given up on. There are matters you removed from your prayers because it hurt too much to keep asking. You did not stop believing I could do it. You stopped believing it was for you, and you quietly took it off the list to protect yourself from disappointment. I know exactly which ones. Put them back. I am not limited by how long a thing has been broken. Time does not decay my ability. Something can sit ruined for 20 years and be restored in an afternoon, and the 20 years will not have made it harder for me, only sweeter for you. There will be a reunion you did not think possible. There will be a door you watched close and heard lock, and it will open, and you will stand in front of it, unable to move for a moment, because part of you had made peace with never seeing it again. You will also be given back some of what was taken, not always in the same form. Sometimes I return a thing, and sometimes I return what the thing was supposed to give you, which is usually better and always lasts longer. My beloved, hear this. You are not fragile. You have been told a story about yourself in which you barely survive things, and it is not true. You have not been barely surviving. You have been carrying loads that would have broken most people, without applause, without help, and without stopping. You have never once seen yourself accurately. From where I stand, you look nothing like the picture in your head. The one you see is tired and behind and always slightly failing. The one I see has been faithful in the dark, where no one was watching and there was no reward for it, which is the only place faithfulness can actually be tested. And I have not forgotten a single day of it. Now walk forward, not carefully, not braced, not with one hand behind you holding the doorframe. Walk forward like someone who is expected somewhere. The season of holding on is finished. You have held on magnificently and you do not have to do it anymore. What comes next is not held. It is received. Keep your hands open. That is your only instruction. Everything I have said to you tonight comes down to that one thing. Do not close your hands. Not around what is leaving. Not around fear. Not around the old story. I will handle the timing. I will handle the people. I will handle the supply and the door, and the ones who thought they had the final word over your life. None of that is your work. Your work is to stay awake and to keep your hands open. There will be days ahead when none of this feels true. You will have a hard week and the old dread will come back and sit down in its old chair like it never left. When that happens, do not panic and do not treat it as evidence that I lied to you. A returning feeling is not a returning fact. Let it pass through. It has no authority here. On those days, remember this hour. Remember that something moved on your behalf while you slept and asked nothing from you but attention. I am not far off. I am not distant, watching from a height, deciding whether you have earned my involvement. I am here close enough to hear the things you cannot say, and I have been here through every year you thought you were handling it alone. You were never handling it alone. You were being carried on the days you thought you were dragging yourself. The heaviness lifts from here. The confusion clears from here. The provision moves toward you from here, and the version of you that has been buried under years of getting through, the one who laughs easily and rests properly and is not always calculating, that person is coming back. Not a new person, the one who was always in there. I love you. Not in a general way, not as one of many. Specifically, by name. With full knowledge of everything you have done and everything you are afraid I will find out. There is nothing left to hide from me and nothing left to earn. So lift your head, my child. The night is over. The thing that was set against you was stopped before it touched you, and the thing prepared for you is already on the road. All that remains is for you to be the kind of person who is looking up when it arrives. Be looking up, and when it comes, and you are holding in your hands the very thing you had stopped asking for, do not spend that day wondering whether you deserve it. That question has already been settled, and it was never yours to answer. Just receive it, and let your face be glad, and let the people around you see what happens to a person who kept their hands open in the dark. Say, yes, I am ready, if you are walking forward with me from this day.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, be still for a moment and listen to what your heart has known for a long time. You were never made to walk through this life feeling lost or forgotten. Every morning you rise carrying worries you do not speak aloud. Quiet fears, tired thoughts. I know each one, and today I am answering them. Something is going to shift in you as you hear these words. Not because the words are clever, but because I am in them. I have watched you long enough. Now I am speaking, and I am asking you to listen closely. Have you felt the restlessness lately? The sense that something is ending? The strange discomfort in places that used to feel like home? You have wondered if something is wrong with you. Nothing is wrong with you. Your spirit has recognized what your mind has not yet understood. I am moving you. Where you have been living is not where you are going. What you have known is not what I have prepared. The season is turning, and the change begins now, as my voice reaches you. This is not a small adjustment. This is the lifting of your whole life from one ground into another. Do not fear that word moving. I do not uproot to harm. I uproot to plant. A vine left in shallow soil will never bear the fruit it was made for. So the keeper of the vineyard lifts it, roots and all, and sets it in ground deep enough to hold its future. That is what I am doing with you. The shaking you have felt is not destruction. It is my hands around the roots. Think of the caterpillar wrapped in its dark cocoon. From the outside, nothing seems to be happening. It looks still, it looks finished, but inside, an entire transformation is underway. That has been your life in this last season. The stillness was not emptiness. It was work you could not see. You are not falling apart. You are being put together in a new arrangement, piece by piece, in a way that will one day make perfect sense to you. I do not waste seasons. I do not waste silence. Even the days that felt like nothing were doing something. I know your heart has been heavy. You have carried worry like a stone in your chest, waking with it, sleeping with it still there. Hear me now. Fear does not get the final word in your story. I do, and my word over you is good. You were not made by accident. You were shaped with care and with a purpose that belongs to you alone. There is a light in you meant to reach people far beyond what you can imagine. It has been covered for a while. It will not stay covered. Part of this move is my hand lifting the covering, Picture a tree planted beside a flowing river. The sun beats down, the dry months come, and still the tree does not wither, because its roots drink from a source that never runs dry. That is the life I made you for. Stay joined to me, and you will bear fruit in the right season, and no drought will touch what I sustain. A tree like that does not panic when the wind rises. Its branches sway, its leaves shake, but it stands, because what holds it is beneath the surface, where no storm can reach. Your strength works the same way. People see the smile you wear and the way you keep showing up. I see what holds you, hidden and deep, and I am the one holding it. So when you feel you have nothing left to give, remember where your strength comes from. It was never your own tired arms. It was never your worn spirit pushing through one more day. It is me, underneath you, closer than your next breath. When doubt creeps in during the quiet hours of the night, hold to what you know is true. I have carried you this far. I am not setting you down now. Take a breath right now as you listen. Let your shoulders drop. You are not alone in this, and you are not behind. Everything you are facing has already been measured, and none of it is stronger than the one who walks with you. Success is not a question in your future. It is a decision I have already made. Some things never change, and I am one of them. The promises I spoke over your life are still standing, as solid today as the day they were spoken. So keep walking. Be brave as you move forward, because your steps are being guided by wisdom far greater than your own. I am leading you toward a place of peace and abundance, even on the days the road makes no sense to you. Whatever tomorrow holds, you do not need to fear it. The way has already been prepared before you take the first step. No trouble that rises against you is greater than the love that surrounds you. My peace wraps around you like a covering, and my light goes ahead of you into the darkest stretch of the path. You will not be left behind. You will not be forgotten. Your greatest strength as you move into this new season is simply knowing how deeply you are loved. Not loved in a general way, from a distance, as one of many. Loved by name, loved on purpose, loved with a love that decided on you and has never once looked away. This is why I have come to you today before this day ends, because the move has begun, and I did not want you to walk into it confused. I wanted you to hear it from me. Where you have been is not where you are going. Receive that, and let it settle deep. Declare your amen now if your heart is open to receive this word. Before I show you where you are going, let me remind you how you have been kept. Think of a shepherd with his flock. He does not lead from far away. He walks among the sheep. He notices which one is limping, which one has wandered too close to the ravine, which one is simply tired and needs to be carried for a while. That is how I have cared for you. You were never one face in a crowd to me. I have noticed you individually, led you personally, and waited for you patiently, even when you wandered, even when you were slow to follow, even when you needed to be carried more often than you would like to admit. I lead you to green pastures. I bring you to quiet waters. When you have walked through the lowest valleys, I did not send help from a distance. I came down into the valley myself and walked it with you. That has been true in every season, including the ones where you felt nothing at all. Now hear this, because it matters for the move ahead. You cannot carry your old burdens into your new dwelling place. You were never meant to haul the heaviness of your past forever. The old pain, the old guilt, the memories that weigh you down more than they teach you. I dealt with all of it long ago. It is finished business. Picture yourself walking along a shore, a heavy sack over your shoulder, filled with stones you picked up along the way. Each stone a mistake. Each stone a regret. Each stone a moment you wish you could take back. Every step is harder because of that weight. Now picture setting the sack down at the water's edge and watching the tide pull it out farther and farther until it disappears. That is what my forgiveness does. It does not lighten the load. It removes it entirely. As far as the east is from the west, that is how far I have carried your failures from you. So you do not need to defend yourself to people who only want to remind you of who you used to be. Those who judge you for things long buried are usually avoiding a look at their own hearts. Do not let their opinions shape how you see yourself. I have spoken over you, and my voice outranks theirs. Some days the same old struggles will return wearing different faces, hoping to wear you down. When that happens, do not run to noise and distraction. Come to me instead. Sit in stillness. Let your heart speak honestly about what it carries, and let me answer. That is where your strength gets rebuilt. And do not let worry about provision steal your peace. Look back for a moment. Remember the times you did not know how you would make it through, the debt you could not pay, the news that frightened you, the door that seemed shut forever. And yet here you are. A way appeared that you had not planned, more than once. Those moments were not luck. They were me. That same faithfulness is not behind you. It is ahead of you, already at work in the places you have not reached yet. What I did before, I will do again, and I will do more. I remind you of this because trust is the road you will travel on in this next season. Not certainty, trust. You will not always see the whole path. I never show the whole path at once because I am not only leading you somewhere, I am building someone. The building happens on the walk. There is strength in you that you have not yet had to use. Reserves you do not know exist until the day calls for them. You have come through every hard day you have ever faced. Every one. That is not a small record. That is evidence of who has been with you. And whatever you are dreading about tomorrow, understand this. You are looking at tomorrow while holding only today's strength, and that is why it looks impossible. I do not give tomorrow's strength today. I give it when tomorrow comes, in full measure, exactly on time. I have never once been late with it. You have also spent years waiting for someone to notice your effort, waiting for applause that never came, waiting for recognition that always seemed to land on someone else. Listen to me. None of your quiet work escaped my attention. The early mornings nobody witnessed. The times you helped someone and told no one. All of it is written down with me, and all of it matters. Think of a gardener tending a plant in a forgotten corner of the yard. No one applauds the watering or the weeding or the patient waiting through months when nothing seems to happen. Then one day the plant blooms and everyone notices the flower, never knowing the years of quiet care that made it possible. You have been that gardener. Your bloom is coming. There have been people who never understood the weight you carried, who saw the surface and assumed you were fine because you smiled. That is not a flaw in you. It is proof of how strong you have had to be. But in this new season, you do not have to pretend. You are allowed to be honest about your struggle. Honesty is a doorway, and healing walks through it. So set the weight down. Let me hold what you have been holding. You have carried enough for one season, and the next season does not require it. It requires open hands, a listening heart, and the willingness to follow when I say walk. I am about to name the places I am moving you from and the places I am moving you to. 7 movements. 7 transfers from old ground to new ground. Each one signed by my own hand and each one already in motion over your life. Stay with me because you need to hear all 7. Say, I believe, right where you are, if this word is reaching your spirit. Here's the first movement. I am moving you from scarcity into abundance. You have lived in the land of not enough for too long. It became so familiar that you began to treat it as home. You learned to expect the shortfall, to brace for the lack, to shrink your hopes down to the size of what seemed possible. That land was never your inheritance. I have kept a record that no ledger on earth contains. Every seed you planted in faith. Every portion you released when reason told you to hold back. Every time you blessed someone else while you yourself were lacking. None of it was lost. All of it was counted, and all of it has been growing toward a harvest. But hear me carefully. A harvest cannot be delivered to a heart still living in lack. So I'm not merely increasing what you have. I am changing where you live. I am moving you out of the region of barely surviving into the land of more than enough. You will not visit abundance occasionally. You will dwell there. I will supply all your needs according to my riches, not according to your wages, not according to the economy of men, according to the wealth of my glory. That is the measure. Watch for it. Provision will begin arriving from directions that make no sense on paper. Doors will open that you did not knock on, and you will know the ground under your feet has changed. There is a part you play in this movement, and it is the same part the sowers of old have always played. Faith that stays in the heart and never reaches the hands is only a feeling. Trust becomes real the moment it costs something to express. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Remember the widow who gave her 2 small coins. Others gave from their surplus and felt nothing. She gave from her need, and I have told her story to every generation since. It was never the size of the offering I measured. It was the size of the trust behind it. A seed that never leaves the sower's hand never becomes anything more than a seed. Released into the ground, it becomes a field. Now hear the second movement. I am moving you from rejection into acceptance. You have lived too long in the house that rejection built. Rejection from family who should have celebrated you. Rejection from friends who should have stood by you. Rejection from doors that should have opened at your knock. Each one added a brick, until you were walled in by the feeling of being unwanted. Some of those walls you learned to decorate. You told yourself you preferred being alone. You told yourself you did not need anyone's welcome. I know better, and so do you. The ache of being left outside never fully went away. It shaped how you enter rooms. It shaped how quickly you expect people to leave. But rejection was only ever a place you stayed. It was never who you are. And I am moving you out. My own son knew rejection in full. He was despised and turned away by the very ones he came for. He was cast outside the city so that you could be brought inside the family. The price of your acceptance was paid in full. And I do not pay for things I do not intend to claim. So the walls are coming down. I am bringing you into a place of belonging. People will welcome you who have no earthly reason to. Rooms that once closed to you will open at your approach. A community will receive you that you thought would never make space for you. And slowly the flinch in you will soften, because your heart will learn its new surroundings. You will know this movement is complete when the old rejections lose their sting. When you can remember the ones who turned you away without your chest tightening. When you stop rehearsing the arguments you never got to make. That freedom is part of the inheritance. I do not just change your circumstances. I heal what the old ones did to you. Accept one another, I have said, as my Son accepted you. Notice the order. He accepted you first, before you cleaned yourself up, before you proved anything. Your acceptance was never a wage you earned. It was a decision I made. Now I am simply bringing your daily life into agreement with what has been true in my heart all along. And understand this about both movements, the one out of scarcity and the one out of rejection. They are connected. A person who believes they are unwanted will also believe they deserve little. When you learn how welcome you are, you will stop apologizing for hoping. You will ask largely because sons and daughters ask differently than strangers do. So lift your head. The land of not enough is behind you. The house of the unwanted is behind you. You are walking, even now, toward open doors and a set table. I prepared both before you ever knew to want them. There are 5 more movements to name, and each one reaches into a different room of your life. Your mind, your body, your friendships, your purpose, your timing. I am leaving nothing untouched because a half-moved life is a divided life, and I have never done half a work in anyone who trusted me. Stay with me now. The next movement touches the battle you have fought the longest, the one inside your own thoughts. The third movement is this. I am moving you from confusion into clarity. Your mind has been living in a fog, thoughts that never settle, directions that all look equally uncertain. Decisions made in that fog have cost you years, and some have cost you people. You were not foolish. You simply could not see, and no one walks straight through a mist. I am not the author of that confusion. I never was. I am a God of peace, and peace is the climate of the place I am bringing your mind into. The fog is lifting, even now, as you listen. Lying voices that clouded your thinking are being silenced. Distractions that scattered your focus are being swept from your path. Within days, something you have wrestled with will suddenly make sense. A decision that has sat heavy on you will become simple. A direction you doubted will become obvious. Do not credit coincidence when it happens. It will be my hand wiping the glass clean so you can finally see what was always there. Clarity changes more than decisions. It changes rest. A clear mind lies down at night and actually sleeps. A clear mind hears my voice without straining, because it is no longer drowned out by 100 competing worries. That quietness of thought is part of your inheritance, and I am handing it to you now. The fourth movement reaches into your body. I am moving you from sickness into health. Your body has been dwelling in a place it was never designed to inhabit. Pain that became so constant you stopped mentioning it. Weariness you learned to schedule your life around. Limits you accepted as permanent roommates. Hear my word over your frame. I am the Lord who heals you, not who might heal, not who could if conditions allow, who heals. Present tense, active. I knit your body together in the first place, and I have never forgotten how it works. So watch what begins to shift. Pain that was constant will start to loosen its grip. Strength that was drained will begin returning in the mornings. What was declining will steady, and what was steady will improve. Some of it will come through rest and wisdom. Some through the hands of skilled healers I have placed in your path. And some will simply defy explanation, because I reserve the right to do what no one can trace. Your youth will be renewed like the eagles. That is not poetry for someone else. It is a promise with your name inside it. Care for the body I gave you, honor its limits without worshiping them, and trust me with what is beyond your reach. Health is where I am taking you. Let your expectations move there ahead of your symptoms. Now the fifth movement, and listen closely, because this one touches the loneliest room in your life. I am moving you from isolation into connection. You have felt alone even when surrounded, unseen even in crowded rooms, disconnected even inside relationships. That isolation was never natural to you. It was a strategy against you. The enemy of your soul has always understood something simple. Alone, you are easier to discourage. Alone, your doubts go unanswered and your fears go unchallenged. So he worked to wall you off, to convince you that no one would understand, that reaching out was weakness, that solitude was safety. It was a cage painted to look like a shelter. I am tearing it down. I set the lonely in families. That is my ancient pattern, and I have not retired it. Even now I am gathering people toward you, people who will understand you without long explanations. People prepared for you during the same years you were being prepared for them. Companions for the road ahead, not spectators of it. Two are better than one, for if either falls, the other lifts them up. You have done too much falling with no one there to lift you. That season is closing. A knock will come, a conversation will start, a bond will form, and it will feel strangely like home. When it happens, do not retreat out of habit. Open the door. It will be me on the other side of it, wearing the face of a friend. And connection will ask something of you, too. You will need to let yourself be truly known, not just seen from a distance. You will need to say out loud, at least to a trusted few, that you do not have it all together. That kind of honesty is not a failure. It is the toll gate on the road out of loneliness, and it costs far less than the isolation did. There is a reason I am moving your finances, your heart, your mind, your body, and your friendships, all in one season. These rooms are not separate houses. They lean on each other. A clear mind guards a healing body. A true friend steadies a hoping heart. Abundance shared builds the very bonds that hold you. I am not patching one wall. I am rebuilding the whole dwelling. So take stock of what I have named so far. Out of scarcity into abundance. Out of rejection into acceptance. Out of confusion into clarity. Out of sickness into health. Out of isolation into connection. 5 movements, all in progress, none of them waiting on your perfection. They wait only on your willingness to walk forward and not look back. Perhaps you are asking why now? Why, after all these years, would everything move at once? Because seasons belong to me and I do not consult the calendar of men. The tree does not negotiate with spring. When the appointed time arrives, the sap rises, and nothing that happened in winter can vote against it. Your appointed time has arrived. This is why the restlessness came. This is why the old places stopped fitting. 2 movements remain, and they are the deepest of the 7. One concerns how the world sees you. The other concerns the hour you have waited for the longest. Lean in now, because I saved these for last on purpose. The 6th movement is this. I am moving you from obscurity into visibility. You have been hidden. Not overlooked by accident, hidden on assignment. There is a difference and you need to understand it, because misreading this season has hurt you more than the season itself ever did. Your gifts were passed over. Your work went uncredited. Your voice was talked over in rooms where you had the most to offer. You concluded that you did not matter. That was the wrong conclusion. A treasure is not worthless because it is buried. Some things are buried precisely because of their worth. I hid you the way a swordsmith keeps a blade in the forge, not because the blade is forgotten, but because it is not finished. Had I revealed you earlier, the attention would have bent you before your character could bear the weight of it. I have watched many gifts rise faster than the soul carrying them. and I love you too much to let that be your story. But hear me now. The season of hiding is over. You are the light of the world, and a city set on a hill cannot be hidden. No one lights a lamp to put it under a basket. It is set on a stand, where it gives light to the whole house. You have lived under the basket long enough. My hand is on the basket, and I am lifting it. Recognition will begin finding you without your chasing it. An opportunity will place you in front of the right people. Your voice will carry into rooms you never pushed your way into. And understand why. Not for your glory, for my purpose. The world needs what I put in you, and I intend for the world to receive it. Visibility in my kingdom is not vanity. It is stewardship. When it comes, stay low in your own heart. The same humility that carried you through hiddenness will keep you safe in the open. Trees with shallow roots cannot hold up heavy branches. Yours go deep. That was the point of the buried years. And now the seventh movement, the one that gathers all the others inside it. I am moving you from delay into destiny. You have lived at the edge of almost for years, almost breakthrough, almost healing, almost the life you sensed you were made for. Everything close, nothing arriving. You began to believe that almost was your permanent portion. It never was. The delays had reasons, some of them protective, some of them preparatory, and some of them the resistance of an enemy who feared what your arrival would mean. But whatever held the door, hear this. The hold has been lifted. What blocked you has been overruled. The file of accusations against your future has been closed by my own hand. I know the plans I have for you. Plans for your good and not for your harm. Plans to give you hope and a future. Those plans are not an idea floating somewhere ahead of you. They are a place, prepared and furnished, and I am walking you into it now. Not when you are perfect, not when circumstances align. Now, you will feel the difference before you can explain it. Things that always stalled will begin to move. Efforts that always leaked will begin to hold. The strange friction that surrounded your steps will be gone, and you will wonder at how doors simply give way. That is what it feels like to stop pushing against a delay that I have ended. Think of the potter and the clay, because this explains the years you have questioned. The potter does not rush the wheel. Sometimes his hands press firmly. Sometimes the vessel is pressed down and reworked entirely before it becomes what it was meant to be. If your life has felt reshaped again and again, none of it was wasted motion. Every form you passed through was necessary to reach the form you were made to hold. The vessel is finished now. It is time for it to be filled and used. Or think of gold in the furnace. Gold does not become precious sitting untouched in the ground. It passes through fire, and the fire takes nothing from it except what was never gold. If these last years have felt like heat, understand what the heat was doing. You are not coming out of this season diminished. You are coming out refined, and what remains in you now is the part that lasts. So let me say all 7 over you at once, so you can hear the full shape of what I am doing. Out of scarcity, into abundance. Out of rejection, into acceptance. Out of confusion, into clarity. Out of sickness, into health. Out of isolation, into connection. Out of obscurity, into visibility. Out of delay, into destiny. 7 movements, 1 work. Your whole life lifted from old ground and planted in new. None of this is a reward for your performance. Let that truth take the pressure off your shoulders. This is inheritance, not wages. You are not earning your way into the new land. You are being brought in by the one who owns it. Your part is not perfection. Your part is trust, step after step. especially on the days when the new ground still feels unfamiliar under your feet. And it will feel unfamiliar for a while. Every promised land does. Abraham felt it leaving Haran. Israel felt it stepping through the parted sea. The fishermen felt it leaving their nets on the shore. Unfamiliar is not a warning sign. It is the ordinary weather of obedience. Keep walking through it. I have named the movements. I have shown you the ground. What remains is the crossing itself. And there is something about the crossing you must know, because it is where most travelers falter. Not at the leaving, at the remembering. Speak the words, I trust you now, if you are ready to walk into what I have prepared. Now the warning, and receive it as love, because that is how it is given. The enemy cannot stop this move. It carries my seal, and no power unseats what I establish. But he has one strategy left, and it is old and effective. He will try to make you homesick for the place you are leaving. In the days ahead, he will polish your memories of the old ground. He will make scarcity feel simple. He will make isolation feel safe. He will make the familiar ache feel like home, and the unfamiliar promise feel like risk. He will whisper that the old life was not so bad, and that the new one might not hold you. Remember Israel in the wilderness, freed from slavery by mighty signs, fed by bread from heaven, led by fire and cloud, and still they wept for Egypt. They remembered the food and forgot the chains. Whole years were lost between the leaving and the arriving, not because the promise failed, but because their hearts kept turning around. Do not lose years to a backward glance. You cannot cross into new land with your heart still renting a room in the old one. When the homesickness comes, and it will come, do not argue with it in your own strength. Bring it to me. Name it for what it is, a longing for the familiar, not a longing for the good. The familiar and the good are not the same thing, and much of your growth in this season will be learning to tell them apart. Understand also that you cannot yet see this move the way I see it. Imagine standing with your face against a great painting, so close that all you see are rough strokes and clashing colors. Nothing seems to connect. Step back far enough, and suddenly the picture makes sense. You are standing too close to your own life to see the whole canvas. I am not. From where I stand, even your hardest seasons sit exactly where they belong in the composition. So when a stretch of this crossing looks like chaos, withhold your verdict. You are judging brushstrokes. I am finishing a picture. One day you will step back, and your breath will catch at how deliberately it was all placed. And if the crossing includes a stretch that looks like nothing at all, do not panic in the stillness. Winter looks lifeless. The ground seems locked, the branches bare. But beneath the frost, roots are drinking deep and buds are forming in secret. Nothing about winter is idle. If this is a quiet stretch for you, quiet is not the same as abandoned. Spring does not ask winter's permission. It simply arrives, and yours will too. Some things you will need to leave at the border. Old versions of yourself, first of all. The serpent sheds its skin when it has outgrown it, not in shame, but simply because the old skin no longer fits. You are allowed to shed old habits, old fears, old names you answered to that I never gave you. That shedding is not loss. It is growth making room for itself. Certain connections may need releasing too. Some people are given for a season, and their part in your story ends naturally, without villains. Honor what they taught you. Release them without guilt. Other bonds that drifted may be ready for mending, and it is not too late to reach out. Ask me which is which, and I will show you. Not every open door behind you is an invitation, and not every closed one is final. Leave comparison at the border as well. It has no visa for the new land. Looking sideways at another's harvest convinced you that your ground was failing, but no one else's field was ever your measure. Look at the stars. Each one burns in its own place at its own distance, and none grows dim because another shines nearby. There is room in my sky for every light I have kindled, yours included, yours especially in the place I set it. And take joy across the border with you, deliberately. Joy is not a luxury for after everything is settled. It is provision for the road. You are allowed to laugh while things are still mending. You are allowed to celebrate small mercies in the middle of large uncertainties. A child can play in the morning and face hard lessons in the afternoon and feel no contradiction. Recover that freedom. The joy of the Lord is not the reward at the end of your strength. It is the strength. Guard your peace as you cross, because peace is how you will hear me. Make time daily to step away from the noise of the world and be still. Not to perform devotion, simply to be with me. The world offers 1,000 distractions, and not one of them can give your soul what it actually needs. Real peace, real joy, real direction. These flow from one source, and you know where I am found. I am found by those who seek me with their whole heart. In that stillness, I will steady you. When you feel weak, lean on me and feel the ground hold. When you feel lost, listen, and the next step will become plain. I never show you everything at once, but I always show you enough. The lamp for your feet lights the step you are on, and that has always been sufficient for those who trust the one carrying the lamp. One more thing about the crossing. Persistence is not optional. Keep asking. Keep seeking. Keep knocking. A child knocks at a door not knowing when it will open, but knocking still. Because somewhere deep down the child believes someone is home. I am home. I have always been home. Every knock has been heard and the door is already moving on its hinges. The river teaches the same lesson. Water is soft and stone is hard, yet the river carves the canyon, not by force, by continuing. Your quiet refusal to give up year after year has been carving a course for your future that nothing can now redirect. You could not see the shaping. It was happening all the same. So cross without turning. Shed what is finished. Carry joy and peace. Knock until it opens. The old land has no more claim on you, and the new land is nearer than it has ever been. Before I seal this word over you, let me speak about rest, because you will need it in the new land. You have treated rest like a wage, something to be earned after everything is finished. But with me, nothing is ever fully finished, and so you have never fully rested. That ends now. Rest was never payment. It was provision, offered before you asked. Real rest is more than a body lying down. It is a mind that stops bracing. It is the part of you that never stops watching finally going off duty, because it trusts the one keeping watch. Come to me, all you who are weary and carrying heavy loads, and I will give you rest. That invitation has stood open your whole life. Walk through it. Learn also to guard what I am restoring. You are allowed to decline what drains you, even good things, even things others expect of you. A well that is never allowed to refill serves no one, no matter how generous its intentions. Boundaries are not selfishness. They are stewardship of a life I am rebuilding. Let yourself be poured into for a while, instead of always being the one pouring. Be patient with your healing too. It will not arrive all at once. It comes in small, quiet moments. A deep breath here, an honest conversation there. A morning when you forgive yourself for something you have held against your own heart for far too long. And know this about broken places. A bone, set well and given time, mends strongest at the very line where it broke. What broke you does not get to define you. Under my care, it becomes the toughest part of your frame. If there are dreams you set aside years ago, go back for them. Life got busy, duties piled up, and somewhere along the way you decided it was too late. It is not too late. Dreams I plant do not expire. They wait quietly, like seed in a storehouse, keeping their life until the sower returns. Many have begun their most important work in the late chapters, after false starts and detours that turned out to be schooling. Your path is not broken because it took longer. It is simply yours. Do not be surprised if honesty feels unfamiliar at first, like a language you once knew and stopped speaking. Practice it in small measures with the trustworthy few I place beside you. Speak one true thing about your struggle, and notice how the weight of it divides when it is shared. What was carried alone in darkness grows heavy. What is carried together in the light grows lighter, and often in the sharing it begins to heal. And remember your own record. You have come through every hard day you have ever faced. Every heartbreak, every disappointment, every moment you were certain you could not get through, you got through. That endurance was built one hard day at a time, and it lives in you permanently now. Whatever tomorrow brings, you will meet it as someone with proof. Now, my child, stand up on the inside, because it is time to seal the move. I have declared my part. Heaven waits to hear yours. Speak these words with me out loud if you can, in a whisper if you must. Your voice sets your agreement into the record. Say this: Father, I receive the 7 movements you have declared over my life. I am leaving scarcity, and I will dwell in abundance. I am leaving rejection, and I will dwell in acceptance. I am leaving confusion, and I will dwell in clarity. I am leaving sickness, and I will dwell in health. I am leaving isolation, and I will dwell in connection. I am leaving hiddenness, and I will step into the light you appointed. I am leaving delay, and I will walk in my destiny. Say this also: I will not turn back. I will not rebuild what you have torn down. I will not answer when the old life calls my name. Where I have been is not where I am going. Thank you, Father, for not leaving me where you found me. I am moving, starting now, in your name. Amen. It is recorded. The agreement is sealed, and what has been sealed in heaven will unfold on the earth. You did not stumble into this moment. I appointed it, and I appointed you to hear every word of it before this day ended. So let me tell you what your days will look like now. You will wake with purpose where you used to wake with dread. Not every morning, not all at once, but more and more, like light strengthening toward noon. You will catch yourself hoping and no longer feel foolish for it. You will give from overflow instead of scraping from lack. You will be known instead of merely seen. And you will look at your life one day soon and realize you no longer recognize the person who once lived in the old land. You will thank me for that, and I will rejoice with you. When blessings come, and they are coming, share them. Feed the hungry. Comfort the grieving. Refresh the weary with the same kindness that refreshed you. Generosity is how blessing keeps breathing. Held too tightly, it goes still. Passed along, it multiplies in the passing, and returns to you carrying more than it left with. And stay near to me, not out of fear that I will leave, for I will never leave you nor forsake you. Stay near because nearness is the point. The movements, the abundance, the healing, the destiny. All of it is scaffolding around one treasure, and the treasure is this: you, walking with me, unashamed and unafraid, the way it was always meant to be. Now let these final words settle over you like evening light. You are loved beyond measure, by decision, not by mood. You are held through every storm, guided through every unknown, and never, not for one moment, forgotten. The best part of your story has not happened yet. I know because I am the one writing it, and my endings do not disappoint. Go now in peace. Walk forward in faith. When the wind rises, remember the tree by the river. When the ground feels strange, remember whose hand planted you there. And when you finally stand in the fullness of the place I prepared, remember this day, the day you heard the word and believed it, and the moving of your life began. You are not who you were. You are not where you were. The old ground has no claim on you. The new land is under your feet even now. Welcome to abundance. Welcome to acceptance. Welcome to clarity and health, to connection and light. Welcome to your destiny. Welcome home, my beloved. Declare I receive it all and let your amen rise if you believe this word was sent for you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
The hour has been chosen, not by accident, not by chance. And tonight the air around you carries something that has no ordinary explanation. You can feel it, even if you cannot name it. A stillness has settled in your space, deep and expectant, like the moment before dawn breaks across the dark. That is not your imagination. That is my presence drawing near. I have been watching you. Every step you have taken, every road you have walked when the weight felt unbearable, every night you lay down without answers and still rose the next morning to try again. I have seen all of it. Not one moment has been hidden from me. Not one prayer has fallen silent before it reached my hearing. You have carried more than most people know. You have endured more than you have ever spoken aloud. And tonight, I am here to tell you that heaven has not been silent. Heaven has been working. This moment is sacred. The one you are in right now. The one where these words are reaching your spirit. I did not bring you here without purpose. I do not move without reason. You were drawn to this hour because this hour belongs to you. It was written before you took your first breath. Before your name existed in any language of men, it was written in mine. And I speak it now over you with authority and love. What is approaching your life is not small. Do not let the quietness of this moment fool you into thinking nothing is happening. The most powerful things I do are done in silence. I built the foundations of the earth in stillness. I knit life together in the hidden places. And right now, in the unseen realm that stands behind everything you can touch and see, I am arranging what belongs to you. You have prayed. I know the words. I know the ones you whispered with faith. And I know the ones you barely managed to speak because grief had taken your breath. I know the prayers you offered up in the middle of the night when no one else was awake. I know the ones you repeated for years. The same request, the same longing, the same hope you refuse to let die. That faithfulness is seen. It is recorded. And it is the reason tonight carries the weight that it does. This is not a coincidence. The people who arrive at this moment are not stumbling here by luck. They are the ones I have called, the ones whose seasons of waiting have finally reached their appointed end. You are one of them. Not because you are without fault, not because you have done everything right, but because I am a God who keeps His word, and I made a promise concerning your life long before you were old enough to ask for it. Feel the air around you. Something sacred has shifted. The walls of your home have witnessed prayers rise from your lips and lift toward heaven. And tonight those prayers are being answered, not slowly, but completely. Not partially, but in full. What I do with wholeness. What I restore with more than what was lost. That is my nature. That is the signature of my love. You may have felt strange in recent days, as though something was on the verge of changing, as though an invisible line was about to be crossed. That is because it is. You were not imagining it. I was preparing your spirit for what it was about to receive. I do not pour out what I have prepared without first making the vessel ready. I had to strengthen certain things in you. I had to settle certain truths inside you, so that when the blessing came, you would be able to carry it without fear. Do not dismiss what you are sensing tonight, the peace that is beginning to settle over you, the warmth you may feel in your chest, the unusual calm that seems to have no human explanation. These are signs, not of superstition, but of presence. My presence does not announce itself with noise and spectacle. It arrives the way dawn does, quietly, until the darkness has no choice but to give way. And that is exactly what is happening now. You are standing at the beginning of something new. The life that has felt stalled, the dreams that have sat waiting, the healing that has seemed just out of reach. This is the hour where all of it begins to move again. I have heard every word you have ever spoken to me in private, and my answer is not delayed anymore. Tonight, my hand moves on your behalf, and nothing in heaven or earth can stop what I have ordained to be released into your life. So draw in a slow breath right now. Let your shoulders drop. Let the tension you have been carrying begin to loosen. You do not need to carry it into this hour. This hour is mine, and in mine, there is room only for faith and for the sound of what is coming. There are things I see from where I stand that you cannot yet see from where you are. I see the end from the beginning. I see the completed picture when you are still looking at scattered pieces. What I see when I look at your life tonight is a turning, a door swinging open, a season that has been sealed finally breaking free. Something of great weight and great goodness is on its way. You have waited long enough for it. And tonight, the wait is over. Hear me now. The limit you set on what I can do does not change what I have already decided. My plans for you are not canceled by your disappointment. My promises are not weakened by the passage of time. They are alive. They are moving. And in this sacred hour, they are arriving. I want to speak to the waiting you have known. Not the surface kind of waiting where a few weeks pass and the answer comes. I mean the deep kind. The kind that stretches across seasons. The kind that makes you wonder if you have been forgotten. The kind where you watch others receive what you have been believing for, and you smile for them while quietly wondering when your turn will come. I know that waiting, and I need you to understand something about it. That waiting was not a punishment. It was never evidence of my rejection. Every day you waited was a day I was building. Building in the unseen what needed to be strong before it appeared in the seen. The roots of a tree grow long before the branches rise. You cannot see root work, but without it, nothing that rises will stand. I was doing root work in your life, deep, hidden, necessary work that no human eye could observe, and it was never wasted. You cried. I know. There were nights the tears came without warning, and you sat with grief you did not know how to name. There were mornings you had to choose to keep going when every feeling in you said there was no point. I watched every one of those moments. I was not distant. I was not looking away. I was closer to you in those moments than the air around you. My heart was moved by what you carried, and I kept record of every silent act of faith you performed. Faith does not always look like confidence. Sometimes faith looks like getting up one more time. Sometimes faith looks like praying a prayer you do not feel, because you have chosen to trust something beyond your feelings. Sometimes, faith looks like holding on with bleeding hands and refusing to let go of what I placed in your heart. That is the faith that moves me most, the quiet, persistent, painful kind. And that is exactly the kind you have walked in. You did not give up on me. You could have. There were reasons to walk away. The answers did not come on your schedule. The pain was real. The silence was long. And still, you stayed. Still, you spoke my name. Still, you believed that what I promised would come to pass. That is not a small thing. That is the testimony of a soul that has been proven. And I do not take it lightly. In the book of Job, a man lost everything he had in a single season of storm. He had done nothing wrong. He was a good man, a faithful man, a man who honored my name. And yet the darkness came and stripped what he had built. His companions told him to curse me and give up, and yet he would not. He held on. He cried out. He refused to surrender his faith. And at the appointed time I stepped in and gave him twice what he had lost. That is the God I am. I do not lead faithful ones through the fire and leave them there. The fire has a purpose, and then the fire ends. My precious one, your fire is ending. The season that tested you to your limit has reached its final day. I am not prolonging this any further. What I withheld to protect you, I am now releasing because you are ready. What felt like delay was actually the time I needed to prepare what could not be rushed. The blessing that is coming to you was not small enough to be hurried. It required space and time to be made complete. And now it is complete. And now it comes. Declare your amen if you believe this word is for you. Hear me carefully now. The things that happened in your past, the losses, the betrayals, the doors that closed, the seasons that broke your heart, those things were not the end of your story. They were chapters, hard chapters, honest chapters, chapters you never would have chosen. But they are chapters, not conclusions. The story is still being written, and the chapter you are stepping into now bears no resemblance to what came before. I am a God of new things. When I say I make all things new, I mean all. Every broken place, every dried up well, every darkened corner of the life you thought you had lost. I remember the prayer you prayed when you were at your lowest, the one you prayed when no one else was in the room, the one where you told me exactly how tired you were, and you asked me if I was still there. I was there. I heard it word by word, and I said in that moment, this one is not going to be left. This one has held on longer than most. This one deserves an answer that matches the measure of their faith. And I began to prepare what I am now delivering. Rest in that. Let it settle into you like rain into dry ground. You are not forgotten. You were never forgotten. The delay was the preparation. The silence was the deep breath before the declaration. And the declaration is this: your season is turned. What was withheld is now being released. What was closed is now opening. What was broken is now being made whole. This is not a promise for a future season. This is now. Right now. In this moment, the tide of your life has shifted. Think of David. He was anointed king when he was still tending sheep on a hillside. He received the word of his calling and then went back to the field. Years passed. He faced giants. He lived in caves. He ran from the one who wanted him dead. And yet not one promise I spoke over him fell to the ground. Every word I declared over his life arrived in its fullness at the appointed time. I am the same God. And the words I have spoken over you will not fall to the ground either. I am telling you tonight that you have endured what was necessary. The wilderness has an end. The desert has a border, and you have walked to the edge of it. The promised land is not a dream deferred. It is the next step, and I have already prepared it to receive you. There is a world you cannot see with your natural eyes. It exists alongside the one you move through every day. It is the realm where my purposes are carried, where prayers are held, where the assignments of heaven are executed. And tonight, I want you to know what has been happening in that realm on your behalf. I sent my messengers ahead of you. Long before this hour arrived, I dispatched heaven's servants to your path. They cleared what was blocking the way. They stood against the forces that tried to shut the door that I intended to open. Every attack that seemed to succeed against you, every setback that seemed permanent, every wall that seemed impossible to cross. There was a battle happening behind those things, and the battle was not going the way your circumstances suggested. Heaven was winning. Heaven was always winning. The enemy of your soul made calculations about your life. He studied the patterns of your pain and concluded that you were broken beyond recovery. He decided that if he struck in the same places enough times, your faith would finally collapse. He measured the length of your waiting and assumed that silence would eventually hollow out your trust. He was wrong. He underestimated you, and he underestimated me, because I was watching over you and I never allowed what was sent against you to be more than you could bear. My promise to you has always been this: the trial will not exceed the one who faces it. I calibrate. I do not let my children be overwhelmed beyond what my strength inside them can sustain. Every time the pressure intensified, so did my grace over your life. You may not have felt that grace in the way you expected, but it was there. It held you when you thought you were falling. You are still standing. That is not an accident. Many people have faced what you have faced and did not come through it with their faith intact. You did. You are here. You are still holding on to what I placed in your heart. That is evidence of my grace operating in you. You did not do it alone. I kept you. I protected something in you that the darkness tried again and again to extinguish, and it never went out. Say yes if this word is reaching your spirit right now. Now hear this. Because heaven has been fighting on your behalf, the ground that was taken from you in previous seasons is being reclaimed. What the enemy stole from you, my hand is recovering it. Peace that was taken, returning. Joy that was stolen, coming back. Relationships that were broken by lies and bitterness, my hand is moving on those as well. I am not a God who leaves the battlefield with a partial victory. I pursue restoration to its completion. In the days of old when my people had been plundered, I spoke a word through my servant Joel. I said, I would restore the years that the locust had eaten. Think of what that means. Not just the current season. Not just what was taken last month or last year. The full span. The accumulated losses. The years of drought. The years where the harvest never came. All of it. That is the scope of what I am releasing over your life. Not a partial restoration. A full one. The messengers I sent before you have completed the advance work. The path is clear. The obstacles that stood between you and what belongs to you have been moved. You will begin to notice things shifting around you in ways that have no logical explanation. A situation that was stalled for years will suddenly move. A door that was firmly shut will open without warning. An opportunity will present itself that seems to come from nowhere. Those are not coincidences. Those are the results of what was prepared for you in the unseen. Do not be afraid of sudden change. Some people pray for change and then become uneasy when it actually begins to happen. Do not let that be you. What is shifting around you is shifting for your good. Every rearrangement is intentional. Every unexpected development is part of what I have designed. Trust the movement. Trust the process. Trust the God who is doing the moving. I am bringing back what you thought was gone forever. I am opening up what you had stopped hoping for. And I am doing it with more abundance than you asked for, because that is who I am. I do not give minimums. I give out of the fullness of what I hold, and what I hold is without limit. The measure you receive is determined by the faith you carry and the readiness of your vessel. Your vessel has been made ready. Your faith has been tested and found true. The measure you are about to receive is not small. So lift your head right now. Let the posture of your spirit rise. You have been bowed under the weight of this long season, and I understand why. But that posture belongs to the season that is ending. The one beginning requires you to stand, to look forward, to open your hands and your heart to what is coming. What I am bringing to you cannot enter a closed space. Be open, and receive what has already been sent. My servants have been stationed around your home, not as a symbol, in truth. They are there, the place where you rest and rise, the place where your prayers have been spoken. That place carries the weight of heaven's attention tonight. It has been marked. There is an invisible covering over the roof above you, over the threshold you walk through, over the ground beneath your feet. Heaven has claimed your dwelling as a place of divine exchange. What leaves tonight is the weight. What enters is the promise. And the trade is permanent. Now I want to speak to you about what it means to sow in faith. Throughout history, my greatest movements have always been preceded by an act of trust that looked foolish to human logic. Noah built a vessel for a flood that had never come before. Abraham raised a knife over the thing he loved most. The widow at Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a prophet when she and her household were preparing to die. These were not reckless acts. They were sacred ones. They were moments where a person put their complete trust in my word above every circumstance around them. And every time I responded with the fullness of what I had promised. I have placed a desire in your heart to support the work of my word in the earth. That desire is not coincidence. It is a calling. When you give from that place, you are not simply releasing something from your hands. You are placing it on the altar before me. The altar has always been where exchange happens. The widow who gave her 2 coins gave more than the wealthy man who gave from his surplus, because she gave from her trust. That is the measure that moves heaven, not the size, the trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. I see the needs you carry, the ones that feel too heavy to mention and too large to fix by your own hand. I see what you need for your home, for your table, for those who walk through life alongside you. I see the weight of provision that has felt scarce, the doors of opportunity that have felt closed, the season of financial narrowing that has worn you thin. And I am telling you now, that season has reached its end. What was tight is about to open. What was scarce is about to be filled. My word declares that I will open the windows of heaven over those who trust me with what they hold. That is not a metaphor for something vague and distant. It is a declaration of my specific intent toward you. I do not make promises casually. Every word I speak carries the weight of my nature behind it. When I say I will provide, I provide. When I say I will open, I open. And the provision that is coming to your life will not be small. It will be the kind that brings rest, the kind that allows you to extend your hand to others and become a channel of blessing yourself. There is a woman in the scriptures whose name you know, Ruth. She left everything that was familiar to her. She walked into a land she did not know, with nothing but loyalty and faith. She gleaned from the edges of fields that were not her own, taking what the harvest left behind. She had no guarantee of what tomorrow held, and yet I saw her. I moved the heart of a man of means toward her, and by the time the story closed, she had gone from gleaning at the edge to sitting at the center of the harvest. From nothing to abundance, from outsider to covered and belonging. That is what I do with those who trust me with an empty hand. Your hand may feel empty tonight. Your resources may feel stretched beyond what they can bear. But what you offer in faith is multiplied in my hands. The same way 5 loaves and 2 fish fed a multitude, and left 12 baskets more than what was there at the beginning. I do not work with the same mathematics that governs the natural world. What you give to me comes back to you in a measure you cannot predict, and in a timing that will leave you without doubt that I was the one who moved. The altar has always been the place of breakthrough in my story with humanity. Isaac was conceived after Abraham stood at the altar in total surrender. Solomon received wisdom beyond measure the morning after he offered 1,000 burnt offerings on the heights of Gibeon. Elijah called down fire on a sacrifice that had been drenched with water until every doubt the watching crowd had was silenced in a single holy moment. The altar is not where you lose something. It is where you release what you are holding too tightly so that I can place something greater in your hands. This is the moment of exchange, not pressure, not obligation. It is an invitation to place something in my hands and watch what I do with it. The one who gives in faith is not giving something away. They are planting. And everything that grows from that planting belongs to them. This is the law of my kingdom. It has never changed. It will not change for you. So if your heart is stirred right now, let that stirring be your guide. I do not manufacture false urgency. What you feel in this moment is real. It is the pull of purpose meeting the call of faith. And when you respond to it, you are not just sowing a seed. You are aligning yourself with the current of my generosity. That current carries no lack. It carries no limit. It carries only the abundance that flows from a heart that is unlimited and a hand that is open toward you. I said in my word, give and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over, poured into your lap. That is the return I promise to those who give in faith. Not a trickle, not a partial measure, an overflow. And an overflow is exactly what your life is about to experience. My beloved, I want to talk to you now about what this miracle actually looks like when it arrives. People sometimes expect the sky to split open, a voice like thunder to shake the walls, fire to fall from above. Those things have happened in my history with humanity, and they carry weight. But most of what I do arrives differently. It arrives quietly. It arrives with the texture of the ordinary, and then suddenly the ordinary is transformed into something you cannot explain. It may arrive as a thought that gives you a direction you had not considered. A thought so clear and so settled that you know it did not originate in you. It may arrive as a message from someone you had not heard from, in some time, carrying words that open something you had stopped trying to open. It may arrive as a feeling of peace so complete that the thing which has been keeping you awake at night suddenly loosens its grip. You will know it is mine because it will carry peace rather than fear. Everything I bring to you comes with peace as its signature. Declare I receive this if your heart is open to what I am releasing tonight. The miracle does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it is a door opening in a situation that was sealed for years. Sometimes it is a burden lifting from your chest at 3 a.m, and you fall into the deepest sleep you have had in months. Sometimes it is a kindness from a stranger that carries the exact word you needed at the exact moment you needed it. These are not small things. These are the fingerprints of my hand on the surface of your life. Do not minimize what seems small. The greatest breakthroughs in the stories of my people often began with something quiet, a still small voice to a prophet who was hiding in a cave, a burning bush at the edge of a shepherd's field, an angel's greeting to a young woman in an ordinary house in an ordinary town. I work in the small and quiet, and then the small and quiet becomes the hinge on which the whole story turns. Your healing is one of those things. Not just the healing of your body, though I am attentive to that as well. I mean the deeper healing. The healing of how you see yourself. The healing of the places where rejection left a mark. The healing of the wounds that were carved into you by people who should have been safe. Those places are not hidden from me. They are the very places my hand is moving toward tonight, pressing gently, restoring carefully, making whole what was fractured. I do not rush healing. I am thorough. I do not want you to be almost whole. I want you to be completely whole. And the work I do tonight is the beginning of that completion. Some of it will happen in a moment. Some of it will unfold over days and weeks as you begin to notice that the old ache has gone quiet. As you begin to notice that a name or a memory that used to cause pain is no longer sharp. As you begin to notice that you are moving through your days with a lightness you have not felt in a long time. That is healing from my hand. It comes the way spring comes. You do not see it arrive. You just step outside one morning and notice that the frost is gone and the ground is soft and something is beginning to grow. Quietly, thoroughly, completely. I am also healing the way you see the future. There are fears you have carried about what is ahead. Fears about provision. Fears about safety. Fears about those you love. I know each one of those fears by name. Tonight I'm speaking directly into them, not to dismiss them, but to replace them with the deep certainty that comes from knowing who I am and what I have promised. I have not brought you this far to abandon you at the doorstep of your breakthrough. I do not invest seasons of work into a life and then step back at the final hour. That is not who I am. What I begin, I complete. What I promise, I fulfill. And what I have promised over your life is good. It is more than you have allowed yourself to imagine. And the imagination I gave you was designed to hold large things. So let it open tonight. Let the small expectations that fear has kept you within begin to expand. Let yourself believe again that the best is not behind you. The best is ahead. The years that were consumed in waiting and struggle were not the peak of your story. They were the valley that made the height of what is coming possible. You are ascending now. You may not feel it yet with your feet, but the ground beneath you is rising. And the view from where I am taking you will be more than worth every step of the climb. The peace you are beginning to feel in this moment is not temporary. It is a foundation being laid. A peace that is not dependent on your circumstances remaining stable, because I am teaching you to rest in me rather than in what you can see and control. That is the peace I promised in my word, the kind that surpasses every human attempt to understand it, the kind that keeps your heart steady when everything around you is in motion. That peace is settling into you right now. Let it in. Let it go deep. Let it take root. Your identity is being restored alongside your circumstances. The two always move together. I do not fix the outside while leaving the inside untouched. I begin with what is deepest, and what is deepest in you is a spirit made in my image, created for purpose, designed for abundance and love and service and joy. That spirit has been pressed and tested and tried, but it was never broken, and tonight it is rising into the fullness of what it was always meant to be. This is more than a miracle of provision. This is a miracle of becoming. There are people in your life who need what is happening in you tonight. I want to speak about them, because this miracle was never only for you. What I do in one life always ripples outward. That is the design of my love. It is never contained. It always overflows. Those you love and carry in your heart and in your prayers, I see them. I know their names. I know their struggles. I know the worries you hold about their futures and their well-being. You have brought them before me so many times. You have asked me to protect them, to provide for them, to lead them safely. Those prayers have been received, every one of them. And what I am releasing into your life tonight includes what they need as well. I do not answer prayers in isolation. When I move on your behalf, I move on the behalf of everyone connected to your faith. Your prayers have been building something in the unseen, not just for yourself, but for those you love. What you have been sowing in intercession, you will see bearing fruit in their lives as well. Relationships that seemed irreparably broken will find a path toward restoration. Needs that seemed impossible to meet will be met in ways no one planned. People you have been praying for in the dark will step into light in their own time and their own way. I am the God of the prodigal's father. I am the one who watched the road and ran when I saw the returning figure in the distance. That is how I love those you carry in your prayers. I am already watching for their return. I am already preparing the welcome. Your faith has been the prayer that kept the road open, and I will honor it. I want to speak now about the relationships in your life that have been marked by pain. Betrayal has a particular kind of sting. When it comes from someone you trusted, someone you opened yourself to, the wound goes deeper than ordinary hurt. I know you have carried some of those wounds. I know the names of those who caused them. And I am not asking you to pretend the pain did not happen. I am not asking you to act as though what was done was acceptable, but I am asking you to release it into my hands. Because what they intended for harm, I can turn to good. That is not a hollow promise. I proved it in the life of Joseph, a man thrown into a pit by his own brothers, sold to strangers, falsely accused and imprisoned. Years of injustice, years of waiting in a darkness, not of his making. And yet, not one word I had spoken over his life was canceled by the cruelty of others. At the appointed time, every promise was fulfilled. And when he stood before the brothers who had wronged him, he was able to say, "You meant this for evil, but God meant it for good." That is the testimony I am writing over your life. What was meant to destroy you did not succeed. What was meant to end your story became part of the plot that leads to the most powerful chapter. The enemy of your soul thought he was writing the conclusion. He was only setting up the context for my intervention. Let go of the weight of what was done to you, not because it did not matter, but because carrying it is costing you something you need for where you are going. The strength that has been tied up in holding on to old wounds is being freed tonight. And that freed strength will be redirected toward the future I have prepared. You need every bit of it for what is ahead, and what is ahead is worth everything. Speak this aloud if you are ready to walk forward into what I have prepared for you. I want to tell you something about the people you will encounter in this new season. They will not all look like what you expected. Some of the greatest instruments of blessing in your life will arrive unannounced. They will come without the credentials you thought you were looking for, from directions you were not watching. Stay attentive. Stay open. Do not disqualify what I send because it does not match the picture you had imagined. My provision often arrives in the disguise of the unexpected. There will also be those whose time in your life has come to a natural close. The shifting that is happening around you will make some separations feel clear and right, and you will know in your spirit that they are necessary. Do not resist them. Not every person who has walked with you through the wilderness is meant to walk with you into the promised land. Some were companions for a season. Honor that season. Release them with peace. And trust that what I bring in to replace what departs will exceed what was there before. Your circle is being refined, not reduced. What appears to be a narrowing is actually a deepening. The relationships that remain and the ones that arrive will carry greater purpose, greater loyalty, and greater love than what the former season held. Quality is rising where quantity is decreasing. And in that rising, you will find the connection and belonging you have been longing for. This is restoration at every level, not just the outside circumstances being set right. The whole of your life, the inside and the outside, the private and the visible, the emotional and the practical. I am a thorough God. I leave nothing unattended. Not one part of you has been overlooked. Every dimension of your life is included in what I am doing. The word the prophet Isaiah carried said that I would give beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. That is not poetry for its own sake. That is a precise description of the exchange I make. Ashes are what remains when fire has passed through. They are the evidence of what was lost. And I take even that, even the evidence of the worst of what happened, and I exchange it for beauty. So, the very thing that should be the reminder of your pain becomes the foundation of your testimony. I do not waste even the ashes. My precious child, we have walked a long road together, you and I. I have seen every version of you. The one who was full of hope and the one who was barely holding on. The one who ran toward me and the one who was too exhausted to move. I have known every corner of you, and I have never once stepped back. You have never been too broken for my love or too lost for my reach. That has always been true, and it will always be true. The new season you are stepping into is not a reward for perfection. It is a gift given in love by a Father who sees not just who you are right now, but who you are becoming. I see the whole of you across all of time. I see the courage that is still forming in you. I see the capacity for compassion that is deepening in you because of what you have walked through. I see the wisdom being laid in you like a slow and patient river, carving its channel through stone. You are not finished. You are being completed. And what is being completed is magnificent. I want you to understand something about the anointing that is resting on you now. Anointing is not something you earn by achieving a standard. It is something I place on a life that I have chosen to carry, my purposes into the world. Moses was anointed in the burning bush in the middle of the wilderness, not in the palace. David was anointed on a hillside, standing in the smell of sheep before anyone knew his name. Gideon received his calling while hiding in a winepress, afraid and unseen. I do not wait for you to arrive at a polished, confident version of yourself before I anoint you. I anoint you in the middle of where you are. And the anointing does the transforming. You have been anointed to carry something into every space you enter. A presence, a peace, a quality of stillness and strength that other people will feel without being able to name. Rooms will shift when you walk into them. Not because of who you are in yourself, but because of who I am in you. That is the nature of my anointing. It moves outward from the vessel. It touches what you touch. It speaks through your words without you having to try to make it happen. It is given. It is permanent. It is already at work. People will come to you in the days ahead who are standing in the places you have stood. They will carry the same weight you carried, asking the same questions you asked, and you will be able to look them in the eye and tell them with the authority of lived experience that it is true, that the silence breaks, that the waiting ends, that the God who promises is the God who delivers. Your testimony will be the evidence someone else needs to hold on for one more day. And I trusted that responsibility to you on purpose. Share what I have done in you, not to perform, but because living water is meant to flow. Every word of hope you speak out of what you have received will carry the authority of heaven behind it. It will not just be words, it will be truth, confirmed by experience. And truth confirmed by experience is the most powerful thing you can offer another soul. The light that has entered your life in this hour will not fade when morning comes. It is not a feeling that rises and falls with your circumstances. It is a settled truth, a covenant reality, a promise sealed in my own nature. You are seen. You are known. You are loved without limit. You are covered by a grace you did not earn and cannot lose. You are moving into a season where that truth becomes visible, not just to you, but to everyone around you. Do not return to the old way of seeing yourself. Do not pick up the old measurements and apply them to who you are now. That version of you is behind you. The one walking forward carries something different, carries the mark of what I have done, carries the peace that endures, carries the authority that comes from having been through the fire and walked out the other side. You are different now. Walk like it. Speak like it. Expect like it. The road ahead is not without its challenges. I will not pretend to you that every day from here will be easy. But I will tell you this with certainty. You will not walk any of it alone. I will be before you on the road, preparing what you have not yet encountered. I will be behind you, guarding what you have already passed through. I will be beside you in the moments that feel impossible. And I will be within you, providing the strength that surpasses what you could generate on your own. You are surrounded. You are accompanied. You are never, not even for a single breath, on your own. Let what has been spoken settle into the deep places. Let it become the ground you stand on rather than the thought you think. Truth heard is good. Truth inhabited is transformation. I am not giving you a temporary lift. I am building something permanent in you. And what I build, no storm can take down. Rest now in what is yours. The miracle is not coming. It has arrived. The blessing is not on its way. It is here, in this moment, in this breath, in the quiet certainty that has been growing in you as these words have reached your spirit. This is your turning point. This is your hour. and I have been saving it for you. My beloved, go now and carry the light that has touched you tonight into every corner of your life. Speak it to those who need it. Live it in front of those who are watching. And when you look back from the place where I am bringing you, you will see that this was the night where everything changed. Say amen and receive it, because what I have spoken over your life today is already done.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Do not turn away from me now. I am speaking to you with an urgency that cannot wait for a better moment, because there is no better moment than this one. Something heavy is trying to cross into your life, and I am reaching you before it arrives. I am not speaking to frighten you. I am speaking to save you. If you walk away from these words, you may walk straight into what I am trying to place behind you. Hear me clearly. Danger grows when guidance is ignored. Protection rises when you listen. This is the simple truth I am setting before you today, and everything else I say will rest upon it. Stay with me now, because this is where your safety begins. You feel something inside you at this very moment. A pull. A stillness that tells you not to brush this aside as another passing word. That feeling is not random. It is the part of you that still hears me clearly, even when your mind is tired and the world around you is loud. I placed that pull in you, and I am using it now to hold your attention, because what I have to say cannot be missed. Something is trying to move into your life that does not belong there. It carries confusion. It carries loss. It carries a weight you were never meant to bear. I am standing between you and that moment, and I'm calling you to listen carefully, so you do not walk into it unaware. This is why I say do not turn away. To turn away from my voice is to walk without covering. You have been through seasons before that shook you deeply. You remember how it felt when everything seemed to fall apart without warning, when the ground you trusted gave way beneath you. I was there. I saw every silent struggle you never spoke aloud. I heard the words you prayed into the dark when you thought no one was listening. I never left, not even when you turned away, not even when you forgot how to listen. Now I am asking you to stay, because I am about to guide you away from something that could bring that kind of shaking again, only stronger. If you value your peace, if you value your future, if you value the ones you carry in prayer, then remain here and let me speak into your situation. What I reveal is not meant to alarm you. It is meant to prepare you, so you stand firm instead of falling into something you could have stepped around. There are paths forming ahead of you even now. Not all of them lead to peace, though some of them look smooth at the start. You have been close to a decision, close to a direction that seems harmless on its surface. But it carries consequences you cannot yet see. I see what you cannot see. I know where each road bends and where each road breaks, and I am stepping in to turn you before the turning becomes costly. Listen closely, because the next steps you take will shape what follows. You are not weak and you are not forgotten, even if you have felt overlooked, even if you have grown tired of waiting for things to change. I chose to speak to you because your heart still listens. In a world full of noise, that is no small thing. It is the very reason my word can reach you now. The trouble I speak of is not something you are appointed to suffer. It is something you are meant to avoid through attention and obedience. That is why I am here now. Not later, not after the damage is done. Now, while there is still time to shift your direction. A warning that arrives after the fall is only a lament. A warning that arrives before the fall is a rescue. Receive this as rescue. There are people near you whose intentions are not fully clear. There are situations that appear calm on the surface but carry hidden weight beneath, like deep water moving under still ice. You have sensed this. You felt it, and then talked yourself out of it, hoping things would settle on their own. I am telling you plainly, ignoring these signals can open doors you never intended to open. Become aware, become careful. Stand grounded in what I am telling you. This is not protection through fear. It is protection through attention. Fear closes the eyes. Attention opens them. I am opening your eyes today, my child, because an open eye sees the pit before the foot reaches it. You are not alone in this moment, even if it feels like you are the only one carrying these thoughts. I am closer than your breath. I am guiding you step by step, even in the hours when you feel nothing at all. Every time you choose to listen instead of rushing forward, you place yourself under protection instead of chaos. Every time you pause at my voice, a trap somewhere ahead of you loses its power. There is a shift that needs to happen inside you, and it begins today. It is the shift from rushing into decisions toward pausing and seeking wisdom. You have been moving quickly, trying to repair what feels broken with your own two hands, trying to outrun the ache of uncertainty. I understand your urgency, but hear me. Speed without direction leads to regret. A runner on the wrong road only gets farther from home. When you slow down and listen, you allow me to set the right steps in front of you. This is how you move forward without falling. This is how the snare is broken before it closes. I am not here to take your freedom. I am here to guard your future. Everything I say flows from love, even when it arrives with weight and fire in it. You matter more than you have been told. Your path holds more purpose than anyone has shown you. That is why I refuse to stay silent while something gathers against your peace. I speak because I love you. I warn because I will not stand by and let the enemy of your soul take what I have prepared for you. So stay. Listen. Let every word find its place in you. Declare your amen if you have faith. There is something unfolding quietly around you. It makes no noise, yet it carries weight enough to shake your peace if you are not aware of it. I am drawing your attention to it now, so you do not walk into it blind. When you stay with me like this, you are choosing light over confusion. That choice is already protecting you, even before you understand how. You have noticed small signs lately, moments that did not sit right, words that stayed in your mind longer than they should have, a heaviness in a room that everyone else seemed to ignore. Those were not accidents, and they were not your imagination. They were warnings your spirit recognized even while your thoughts tried to dismiss them. I placed that awareness in you for a reason. Now I am asking you to trust it instead of brushing it aside. Understand how danger moves. It rarely announces itself. It does not always come loudly kicking down the door. More often it slips in quietly, through decisions made in haste, through friendships accepted without discernment, through distractions that eat the hours I gave you for better things. I am teaching you to recognize it while it is still small. A fire noticed at the first thread of smoke is easily put out. A fire ignored becomes a ruin. There is a pattern that has been forming in your life, a cycle that returns in different clothing but carries the same ending. You know the feeling. Things seem steady, and then, suddenly, everything tilts, and you are left holding pieces and asking how it happened again. I am breaking that pattern now by naming it before it repeats. You were not made to relive the same sorrow in new seasons. You were made to rise above it with wisdom I supply. When you understand, you move differently. When you move differently, your future changes. This is why I speak so plainly to you today. Clarity is the key that opens the lock the cycle has kept you in. Hear this also. There's an influence near you that pulls your decisions slightly off course. Not enough to notice in a day, enough to matter in a year. It may feel harmless. It may even feel comforting. But beneath it runs a direction that does not lead to your peace. I'm asking you to step back and observe before you give it more of your time, your energy, or your trust. Not everything that feels right in the moment is right for your future. I see the whole field. You see one row. Let my sight guide your steps. You have been carrying a quiet pressure inside you, a sense that something must change without knowing what or how. That pressure is not sent to crush you. It is sent to wake you. You cannot keep walking the same road and arrive at a different city. I am opening your eyes so you can turn while turning is still easy. When you listen now, you move by guidance. When you refuse, you are moved later by pain. Between those two ways of learning, choose the gentler one. I want you led, not driven. There are moments ahead that will test your focus. Distraction will come dressed as importance, pulling at your sleeve, insisting it cannot wait. In those moments, a small voice inside you will say, pause, think, look again. That voice is mine. It has kept you from more harm than you will ever know this side of eternity. If you override it, you will find yourself in places that drain you and choices that haunt you. If you honor it, you will step over pits you never even see. This is how the prudent walk, as it is written. The wise see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the price. You are stronger than you think, but strength without direction is a horse without a rider. You have power to endure, yet I would rather you not spend it on battles you were never assigned. Some struggles can be avoided entirely by one act of listening, one moment of patience, one refusal to rush. You do not need to prove your strength by walking into storms. True strength bows its head and asks which way to go. That is the strength I am building in you. Now look at the door standing before you. It has the shape of an opportunity. It promises progress, relief, a way out. But I am telling you to look deeper before you step through. Not every open door is opened by my hand. Some doors are tests. Some are traps dressed in welcome. The lessons behind the wrong door come with wounds that take years to close, wounds you were never meant to carry. Wait. Judge the fruit, not the paint. When the right door comes, it will not bring confusion trailing behind it. It will bring peace walking beside it. You have been asking for protection. You have been asking for clarity, for some sign that you are not facing all of this alone. This is that answer, though it comes differently than you expected. Protection does not always look like comfort. Sometimes it looks like a warning that pulls you away from something you thought you wanted. Clarity does not always feel gentle. Sometimes it arrives urgent and direct, because it must reach you before you reach the edge. I am giving you both at once. Receive them fully. Safety comes by accepting what I give, not by bargaining with it. And remember who is speaking. I am the one who parted waters when there was no way through. I am the one who shut the mouths of lions and walked my servants through fire without the smell of smoke on their clothes. Nothing gathering near your life is hidden from me, and nothing hidden from me can stand against my purpose for you. The same hand that held them holds you. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. There is something in your life that needs to be released. It no longer serves your growth, yet you have held it out of habit or out of fear of the empty space it would leave behind. It may be a connection. It may be a way of thinking. It may be a routine that feels familiar while it quietly drains you. I am naming it now so you can set it down before it leads you into something heavier. Letting go is not loss when it protects your peace. It is strength in its purest form. The farmer who prunes the branch is not destroying the tree. He is preparing the harvest. You are not losing. You are making room. Trust that what leaves your hands is clearing the way for what I am sending. My word does not return to me empty, and neither will your obedience. You are not being punished, and you have not been singled out for hardship. What you are experiencing is positioning. I see what stands ahead on your road, and I care enough to speak into your present so your future stays steady. This is not about fear. It is about alignment. When you align with my voice, you stand firm even while everything around you shifts. That is the kind of stability I want for you, the kind that does not depend on calm weather. There is a weight that has been building slowly in your days, not heavy enough to stop you, just heavy enough to bend your direction without your notice. It hides in distractions. It hides in sharp reactions. It hides in choices made too quickly, without a single breath of reflection. These are the narrow gaps where trouble enters, not through great events, but through small, unguarded moments. Guard the small moments, and you guard the whole house. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. When Abraham lifted his eyes on the mountain, the ram was already in the thicket. The provision was in place before the need was visible. It is the same with you. What I have prepared for your coming days is already set along the road, waiting for you to arrive at it. Your part is not to produce the provision. Your part is to keep walking in trust until you reach it. You have been moving forward with good intentions, trying to do what is right, trying to hold your world steady. But intention alone cannot protect you if it is not joined to patience. There are places where your heart wants to move faster than your understanding, and that gap is exactly where missteps are born. I am slowing you down, not to frustrate you, but to keep you inside my timing. When you slow down, you see clearly. When you see clearly, you step over what would have brought sorrow later. There is someone connected to your life whose spirit does not match the direction I am leading you. This does not make them evil. It makes them misaligned with your assignment. Their presence leans on your decisions in ways that tilt you off course, a degree at a time. A single degree seems like nothing on the first day. After 1,000 steps, it is a different destination altogether. I am asking you to create space, to observe, to guard your heart, for out of it flow the springs of life. This is not rejection. This is stewardship of the path I gave you. You were never meant to carry everything alone, though you have learned to be strong and self-reliant. That strength helped you survive hard seasons. But survival and abundance are not the same country, and the road between them is called trust. You do not need to solve every riddle by yourself while I am standing here speaking. Trusting me means pausing to receive direction before you act. That pause is where clarity lives, and clarity is the wall around your peace. There is a decision ahead of you that deserves more attention than you plan to give it. It looks simple. It looks like something you could settle in an afternoon. I am telling you now, do not rush it. This decision carries weight that will touch not only you, but the ones you love. Approach it with calm. Approach it with prayer. When you do, details will surface that you would have missed at speed, and those details will point you to the right choice, like markers on a trail. You have been feeling a restlessness you cannot fully explain, a quiet discomfort under the surface of ordinary days. That feeling is not confusion, it is a signal. Something is shifting, and you are being called to adjust before the shift arrives in full. Restlessness often comes when change is required, but not yet begun. Do not numb it. Do not outrun it. Bring it to me, and I will translate it into instruction. When you answer the inner signal early, you stay ahead of what is coming. That is how you remain steady while others are caught off guard. Look also at your habits, the things you do without thinking because they are familiar. Some of them strengthen you. Some of them quietly pull you away from hearing me. I am not asking you to overturn your whole life in a day. I am asking you to become aware of what feeds you and what feeds on you. Awareness is the first mercy. Change is the second. Choose what strengthens you, and you become very hard to shake. A moment is coming when you will be tested, not in a way that breaks you, but in a way that reveals how well you have listened. You will face a choice that looks familiar, something you have met before wearing different clothes. The last time, it cost you. This time, you will see it coming. That is where your growth will show itself. Not in avoiding every trial, but in choosing differently when the old trial returns. I am preparing you for that moment right now, word by word. When it arrives, you will feel the pull of the old response rising in you. The old haste, the old appetite, the old excuse. And then you will feel something newer and quieter underneath it. The steadiness we have been building together. Follow the steadiness. One different choice at the familiar crossroad, and a cycle that has run for years comes to its end. This is how chains break, not with noise, but with one obedient step. Do not underestimate the power of staying near to me in small ways. A breath of prayer in the middle of an ordinary hour. A moment of thanks before you rise. A pause to ask me before you answer someone. These small turnings are not small at all. Each one strengthens your ear to hear and your will to follow. Transformation is not one great leap. It is 1,000 quiet returns to my presence, and you are already returning. There are layers to what I am showing you, and each day of listening peels another one back. At first, my word sounds like general counsel. Then you begin to see how precisely it touches your life. The decision you have been weighing, the person you have been trusting, the direction you have been considering. All of it is being brought into the light, not to overwhelm you, but so you can move wisely. Wisdom is the lamp that keeps your feet on solid ground when everything else feels uncertain. You have been standing at a quiet turning point, even if you did not name it as one. From the outside, nothing looks dramatic, but heaven marks this season in your life, because small shifts made here will decide large outcomes later. You're not stuck. You're being positioned. The bow must be drawn backward before the arrow flies. When you understand that, waiting stops feeling like abandonment and starts feeling like aim. Now attend to your thoughts, because not every thought in your mind was born there. Some were planted by old wounds. Some were spoken over you by careless mouths years ago and took root. Some are whispers from the enemy of your soul, dressed in your own voice. When you accept them without question, they begin to steer your actions. I'm asking you to slow down and test what you have been believing. Take every thought captive. Not every thought deserves your trust, and not every feeling deserves your obedience. Filter what you receive, and you will protect what you become. You have an instinct I wove into you, a quiet knowing that senses when something is off before your mind can explain it. There were times you overrode it, hoping to be wrong, hoping things would improve on their own. Some of your deepest regrets began in exactly those moments. I am strengthening that instinct now so you can honor it without apology. When you feel that inner hesitation, do not push past it to keep the peace or keep the pace. Stop. Ask. Listen. That hesitation is often my hand on your shoulder. There is a situation near you that seems stable on the surface but carries tension underneath. You have noticed the small tells. A change of tone. A silence where there used to be openness. Moments that did not add up. Do not explain these away. I'm not asking you to react with suspicion or fear. I'm asking you to respond with attention. What is noticed early can be handled gently. What is ignored grows teeth. Learn also what protection truly is. It is not the removal of every obstacle from your road. It is my guidance through the obstacles in a way that keeps you whole. There will always be moments that press you. But when you walk in awareness, those moments do not rule you. You respond instead of react. You consider instead of rush. That single shift moves you from being a target to being a watchman on the wall. There is still a part of you that wants to resolve everything at once, to sprint out of uncertainty because the waiting itches. I understand that ache. But decisions squeezed out under pressure are the ones most often regretted at leisure. I'm slowing your hand so your eyes can catch up. Trust this process, even when it feels uncomfortable. A moment of discomfort under my instruction is worth years of ease on the far side of it. You have been carrying responsibilities that feel heavy, managing burdens while letting no one see the strain. In that tiredness, important details start slipping past you. I am calling your focus back before something that matters is missed. You do not have to carry all of it in your own arms. Cast the weight onto me, for I care for you, and I do not drop what I carry. Rest is not neglect of your duty. Rest is trust wearing work clothes. And set your boundaries, even where it feels uncomfortable to set them. You have allowed certain things to continue because addressing them felt harder than enduring them. But they have been taxing your peace, and the bill grows each month. Stand firm in what you know is right for your life. A boundary is not a wall against people. It is a fence around the garden I planted in you. Keep the fence, and the garden feeds everyone who enters by the gate. You have been surrounded by noise for too long. Voices pulling your attention in a dozen directions. Demands stacked on demands. A hum of worry that never quite goes silent. That noise makes it hard to hear what matters. It buries my guidance under a pile of urgencies that will not matter in a year. I am asking you to make room for quiet, even briefly, even imperfectly. I did not speak to my prophet in the wind, or the earthquake, or the fire. I spoke in a low whisper, and he had to still himself to hear it. It is the same with you. In quiet, clarity grows strong. In clarity, decisions grow wise. This is not about escaping your life or emptying your days. It is about choosing where your attention lives. Attention is the doorway of the soul. Whatever you attend to enters. Guard the doorway, and you guard everything inside. There are conversations coming soon. Words that will carry more meaning than they seem to at first hearing. Listen not only to what is said, but to what moves in you as it is said. Truth has a weight the heart can feel beneath the words. If something rings hollow, do not silence that ringing just to keep things comfortable. Comfort is not proof of truth, and discomfort is not proof of danger. Ask me for discernment in the moment, and I will give it without scolding you for asking. Be careful, too, with what you share and with whom. Not everyone around you understands your journey, and not every ear is safe for your dreams. You have been open in ways that left you exposed, handing the tender things of your heart to people who did not know how to hold them. Joseph told his dream to his brothers and found a pit waiting. Some things I show you are for you and me alone until their season. Silence, rightly used, is armor. Choose your confidants the way you would choose someone to hold a flame in a dry field. Speak, I receive this, if your heart is open today. There is a pattern of hesitation in you as well, a habit of doubting what you clearly sense. You second-guess the knowing I placed in you, waiting for outside confirmation that rarely comes in time. That hesitation has cost you moments when you could have stepped aside from harm or stepped into blessing. I am building your confidence now. When you sense my leading, you do not need the whole map to take the next step. Trust grows by walking, not by studying the road from a distance. Protect your focus, for it is one of the strongest things I have placed in you. Not every opportunity deserves your yes. Not every conflict requires your presence. Not every need within reach is an assignment with your name on it. Even my son, when the crowds pressed him, withdrew to lonely places to pray, and he did not heal in every town. He moved as the Father directed, nothing more, nothing less. Learn that rhythm. When you spend your strength only where I send you, your strength is always enough. You are stepping into a season where awareness will guide you more than habit does. At first, this will feel strange, like writing with your other hand. You are used to moving on old reflexes, reacting before thinking, deciding before praying. But as you keep listening, you will notice your responses growing calmer, your choices growing cleaner, your path growing steadier. This is the renewing of your mind I promised. It is not loud, it is thorough. And once it takes hold, it changes how you move through everything. Something will soon present itself as urgent, demanding immediate action, pressing you to decide before you can breathe. Mark my words on this. Not everything urgent is important, and not everything important arrives with alarm bells. Urgency is often the costume that pressure wears to bypass your wisdom. When the push comes, stand still. Stillness will reveal whether the thing is truly yours or merely loud. The one who believes will not be in haste. Calm is not slowness. Calm is command of your own steps. Your future is not meant to be shaped by fear. It is meant to be shaped by clarity and by covenant. Every warning I have spoken to you today is a lamp, not a lash. When you are aware, fear loses its grip, because you understand what is happening and you know what to do. You are not being led into darkness. You are being led out of it, one deliberate step at a time. And I do not lose travelers on my road. Notice how protection has already been at work around you. There were days you were delayed and grumbled at the delay, never seeing what the delay let pass ahead of you. There were requests denied that you mourned, doors closed that you pounded on, and behind some of them stood grief you never had to meet. You have been spared in ways that will only be understood when you see the whole story from my side of it. Let that settle your heart about the things I am asking of you now. The timing of all this is not random. You are being prepared just before something tries to enter your life, so that it finds you ready instead of surprised. Preparation is the difference between panic and peace. The wise virgins filled their lamps before the shout came at midnight, and when it came, they walked in without fear. I am filling your lamp right now. Stay with me while the oil is being poured. You are learning, too, that my voice has a signature. When something is truly from me, a calm arrives with it, even when the instruction is hard. When something is not from me, a subtle static comes with it, a tension that does not resolve no matter how you reason with it. These signals are not moods. They are part of how I lead you. Trust them. Test them against my word, and they will keep you on the path when the fog is thick. There are people who will not understand your path, and their words may plant doubt in you without their meaning any harm. They speak from what they can see, and they cannot see what I have shown you. Do not hand them the pen that writes your direction. Noah built for years under a clear sky while neighbors shook their heads, and the rain proved the builder right. Listen to counsel with humility, but let my voice be the deciding one. When you stay aligned with what I have spoken, you remain steady even when others question every board you nail. You are learning to trust a deeper sense within you, one that does not beg for constant reassurance. That trust is growing because you keep showing up to listen. When it matures, you will no longer feel lost in uncertain seasons. You will move with a quiet confidence that needs no audience and no applause. It is not loud. It does not argue. It simply keeps walking in the direction I pointed, and it arrives. A situation is approaching that will ask you to respond with clarity instead of emotion. In earlier years, you would have answered from the wound, letting the feeling fire before the thought could load. This time you will feel something new between the spark and the flame. A pause. Space enough to breathe, to pray, to choose. I am placing that pause in you now, and it will save you from turning a small matter into a long war. The one who rules their own spirit is mightier than the one who takes a city. You have been carrying concerns you have never fully spoken, thoughts that circle at night, questions you swallow in the day because you are unsure where to set them down. Bring them to me out loud. I am bringing them to the surface, not to shame you, but so you can face them with understanding instead of dread. A worry named in prayer is already half its former size. You're not asked to solve everything at once. You're asked to stop hiding it from the only one who already knows. Think of the field the farmer lets rest for a season. To an impatient eye, it looks abandoned, wasted, going nowhere. But the soil is being restored in secret, minerals gathering, strength returning, so the next planting yields double. Parts of your life that look dormant right now are fields at rest under my order. Nothing is being wasted. Do not despise the resting field, and do not force a planting out of season. The harvest belongs to the one who honors the timing of it. Or consider the river. It does not argue with the mountain. It moves around, it moves under. It finds the low and honest way. And in 100 years, it has carved a canyon that no hammer could have made. Your persistence does not need to be violent to be victorious. Keep flowing in the direction I have set, gentle and unceasing, and none of it will be wasted either. What blocks you today will one day be the banks that give your life its shape. There's a situation that may try to pull you back into an old pattern. It will come dressed in familiarity, whispering that this time will be different while carrying the same ending in its pocket. I am showing you beforehand, so recognition arrives before regret. When it appears, you will feel the old gravity. Stand in the new ground. One clear refusal at the right moment will close a door that has been swinging for years, and you will feel the wind of it stop at last. You are also learning quiet discernment, the strength to observe without instantly reacting. This is no small skill. The one who observes first understands, and the one who understands responds in a way that protects peace. You no longer need to prove anything by speed. Let others mistake your stillness for hesitation if they wish. Stillness that listens to heaven moves faster than haste that listens to panic. Small tests are ahead, not storms, just simple choices carrying deeper meaning than their size suggests. A word you could say and choose not to. An offense you could pick up and leave lying on the road. A shortcut you could take with no one else knowing. These little crossroads are where your growth will show itself. He who is faithful in little will be trusted with much. Pass the small tests, and the larger doors open without your pushing. There is a foundation being laid in you right now, below the surface where no one applauds. Builders spend long months on ground no passerby admires, digging down before anything rises up. To the hurried eye, it looks like nothing is happening, but every stone set in that unseen ground decides how high the walls can safely climb later. I am building deep in you because I intend to build high. Do not resent the season underground. Towers rushed onto shallow footings fall in the first hard wind, and I have never once built you to fall. Remember the desert road. My people walked it between the chains they left and the promise they entered, and the walking itself did the work the promise required. In the desert they learned my daily bread, my pillar of fire, my faithfulness at dawn after dawn. If your current stretch feels dry, it is not because you are lost. It is because some things are only learned where the distractions die away. You are closer to the far edge of this desert than you think. Do not sit down in the sand now. The seasons themselves preach this if you will hear them. No winter has ever held the ground past its appointed hour. The tree that stands bare in the cold is not dead, it is scheduled. Sap rises on a calendar no frost can veto, and the same branch that looked finished breaks into blossom overnight. Your life keeps this same covenant with me. What has gone quiet in you has not been canceled. It has been dated, and when its hour strikes, no delay of the past will be strong enough to hold it back a single day longer. And through all of it, keep this truth near. You are not being pushed through your life by chance. You are being led through it on purpose. A push comes from behind and does not care where you land. A leading walks ahead of you and prepares where you will stand. I go before you. I level the uneven places. I break through gates of bronze when they bar your road. Follow, and you will find every place I promised already holds your name. Feel what is happening inside you as these words settle. A calm is taking root, a calm that does not depend on your circumstances behaving themselves. It comes from knowing you are aligned, knowing you are aware, knowing you are heard. This calm was not there in the same way before. It has been building through every moment you chose to stay and listen. It will become your foundation, the ground you return to whenever the days turn uncertain. When you stand on that ground, you are not easily shaken. You are not the same as you were when my voice first reached you today. Something has shifted, and it cannot be quietly undone. You are seeing more clearly. You are weighing things more carefully. You are answering life more intentionally. This is growth, even though it made no sound. The deepest changes rarely announce themselves. They simply begin, and everything after them is different. Handle your moments of uncertainty in this new way from now on. You used to flee them, rushing into any decision that promised relief from the discomfort of not knowing. Now you know better. Uncertainty is not an enemy to outrun. It is a room to stand still in until I turn on the light. When you pause inside it instead of bolting, you see what the hurried never see. Trust the pause. It has become one of the safest places you own. You're learning that not everything deserves your response. Some things are meant to pass by like weather, requiring nothing from you but patience. Others are assignments that will wait for their proper hour. This discernment is settling into you, teaching you where your strength belongs and where it would only be spilled. When you stop answering everything, you finally have enough left to answer what matters. That is not indifference. That is aim. Alertness will matter in the days just ahead, so keep your lamp trimmed. The trouble I warned you about at the beginning has not changed its plans. but you have changed your readiness, and readiness is what decides the outcome. What would have found you distracted will now find you standing. What would have entered unnoticed will now be seen at the gate. This is what these moments together have built. Not fear, preparedness. And preparedness wearing peace is the strongest posture a soul can hold. Carry the ones you love into this same covering. Speak my name over them in the quiet. Ask my hedge around their comings and goings. You cannot stand beside them in every moment, but I can, and I do not sleep. Job rose early and prayed over his household continually, and heaven marked it. Your prayers for your loved ones are not scattering into empty air. They are standing orders in my kingdom, and they outlast the day you prayed them. Let that assurance rest over your household tonight, and let it hold there long after this hour has passed. Hold fast to what has been placed in you today. The warning that turned you, the pause that guards you, the discernment that filters what reaches your heart, the boundaries that keep your garden whole, the quiet that lets you hear me. These are not scattered lessons. They are one armor, fitted to you piece by piece in this single hour. Wear all of it. The soldier who leaves one strap loose invites the arrow to the gap. And when the tested moment comes, and it will come, remember how this felt. Remember the steadiness in you right now. You will not need to summon courage from nowhere, because courage is simply the memory of my faithfulness applied to the present hour. Look back at every road I have already brought you through. Not one promise I made has fallen to the ground. The record is your armor too. Walk forward then, but walk awake. Move through your days with your ear tuned to the low whisper underneath the noise. Question the urgent. Honor the quiet signal. Keep short accounts with me, speaking often, hiding nothing. A soul in constant conversation with heaven is nearly impossible to ambush. That is the life I am inviting you into. Not a single rescued moment, but a guarded and guided way of living. Do not fear the future you cannot see. I am already present in it, the way light is already at the end of a tunnel while you are still inside the dark of it. Every day you are walking toward provisions I have stationed, people I have appointed, and places prepared before you asked. The road between here and there holds nothing that you and I together cannot pass, and you will never again walk any part of it without me. Let your heart be still now. The urgency that opened this word has done its work. You stayed, you listened, you received. The danger that required this warning now requires your obedience, nothing more. Take the pause, test the door, guard the gate, release what I named, trust what I promised. Do these, and you will look back on this day as the day the direction of things quietly changed. I am with you when the morning comes, and the day demands more than you think you have. I am with you at midday when the noise is loudest and the choices crowd in. I am with you at night when the questions circle and the house goes quiet. There's no hour of yours that I am absent from, no step of yours that I have not gone ahead of. This is not a promise for the strong. It is a promise for the willing. And you, by staying to the end of this word, have shown me your willingness. So go now into what remains of this day, covered and not exposed, led and not driven, awake and not wandering. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, thin and temporary, but as I give, deep and abiding and stronger than whatever tried to reach you this season. You were warned because you are loved. You are loved because you are mine. And what is mine, I keep. Say, yes, Lord, I am ready to walk forward if you receive this word into your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.